If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 4th of March 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Caulfield Heath. We have raced here at Caulfield quite a few times. The shape of the track is triangle. Now this track has its own challenges in a way which we are still trying to figure out, but this track is a little unpredictable because of its geometry. It's a triangle shaped track, and definitely here at this particular juncture where the last bend is, there is a little discrepancy with the other tracks. Now generally my understanding is the outer green line, the outer green track is that main Caulfield track. Heath is basically the inside. That's what my thinking is. I might be wrong, but that's what my thinking is. It is the same as the Randwick and Randwick Kensington. So Randwick is basically the outer track, the main Randwick track, and Kensington is the inner track between and inside Randwick. So we're going to be doing the analytics here on the Heath, and we've got about 8 races today. It's a midweek, and we'll see what we can do here today. PC, welcome back. Dows, welcome back. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses are looking good, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we have identified some unique situations or uncomfortable situations, we always highlight those and give it a shout out. So we are here with the first race, which is a 1,000-meter maiden. We'll take a look at the market snapshot, what it says. But before we do that, I want to mention that there are quite a few things going on in the world at this point of time. Firstly, I want to wish everybody a happy Holi, which is the festival of colors here in India. It's a very auspicious day, and I want to wish everybody a very colorful life. Stay blessed, do very well in your own thing that you do. And the other thing is we might have a little problem with the live streaming, because somehow I'm getting certain amount of notifications which are explicitly saying that there might be a little problem with the the on-air races. So we'll try and see how we can mitigate that. I have a little backup plan. What I'm trying to say is, we generally have this sheet and then we take a look at the live races. So I'm talking about the live races that actually we get to see. those seems to be in trouble today because of the ongoing situation in the countries where those things are hosted from. So that's the other part. Now, there's a little change also I would like to address. We've made a little change here. So we've got the RW and the RD. So RW is the revised weight. Now, why we have done that is because what we were missing. If we look at Flemington the other day, okay. So Flemington, I was going through Flemington, and I was actually, I constantly try to look for the right races to make changes. And fortunately, for the last 2 weeks, we've been getting those races, and I'm trying to make those changes. So that 2 actually beat the 1, all right? We did not have a clue of why that was happening, though this was a higher thing. Though I mentioned that the match is kind of a little funny and the match may not work, where the match was, that did not look comfortable because that was up here and it had all the tendencies to fail. Now, what I have done is I have done a little, work with the leverage. Now, we know the leverage is basically the promotion. And we spoke about the situation. If there is a promotion, we need to figure out where they're coming from. I could not figure where they're coming from. That's something that I have not been able to figure out. Whether they're coming from benchmark 66, that would require a little more data than what we have right now. But what we have done is we have aligned that with the weight which is being assigned. Okay, so there is a weight which is being assigned to the horse, and we've worked with the leverage and we've tried to figure out where it belongs. All right, so if a horse is like this one, for this one it is the highest rated. Okay, now if this is the highest rated, it should have the highest weight, which it has. But when we work with the leverage and we look at the balance and the class, and then we reverse engineer that, we get a revised weight on this, which essentially I believe is what is the class it belongs to. We will test this as well, and this one is like every column is going to be showing one side. If this is showing North Pole, this is showing South Pole. So that's how everything is. So we have to match. RR is basically the ranking, all right? The lower it is, the harder it is, but this thing cannot be lower, this thing cannot be lower. Both of those things cannot go hand in hand. If this is high, this is low, this is good. If this is low, that is bad. So we will see how that works, and we're constantly trying to figure this thing out, how to arrange them in the right ranking. We know how the linears work, and we know how the drifts work, how the EWs work, but this is just another layer so that we know where they belong to. I'm trying to figure out where they're coming from, and then we will map it with where they belong to. Where they're coming from is upcoming. I'm working on that, but where they belong to is probably something that we will keep a tight look at. So we'll take a look at the first one, where it is the Caulfield Heath. And we'll take the market snapshot. 2 and 6 has been scratched. 8, 7, 3 and 5. So the 8 is the favorite. Now, if we look at the pressure line, they're all on negative, okay? All on negative pressure. So this is basically what is suggesting is this is a midweek race. So probably the highest pressure line which we have here is the 0. So the odds are saying 8, 7, 3, and 5. So the linear is on 0, okay? The linear is on 0. So they have 8 and 7, which is the top 2 odd, then 3, which is here, which is a rise. But there has to be, I mean, what I think is that 9 is a check, okay? Where it comes and how it, so 8 is the right odd. That's the lowest, okay? That's the lowest that we can find. Here, the 7 is good. There is nothing wrong with the 7 apart from the fact that it is dropped on a, if they are all the same and if this is a drop, then that becomes an issue. So if they're same, then there is this thing which is also there. This is good, but there is a drop on 7. So the 9 is a check. 5 definitely has advantage. I don't know whether it will drop further than this. This is the lowest, but this is also the lowest. So this thing is probably not in a position today. That's the lowest. I think this is also in trouble. So the 5 is also in trouble. The 2 is a rise. So I think it will basically go a low pressure, high pressure, and then again rising. So this high which they have identified, this probably is a high. I mean, this is the highest. That's the linear which is running 0. So zeros, first of all, the winning is difficult. And secondly, if you look at the deviation, this is a 57 and it dropped to 55. That means there's a drop, all right? It doesn't belong to this particular class. So 7 probably is out. The question is 4. What will 4 do? They generally up here, they kind of fail for multiple reasons, and we've seen that them failing. So I don't know how the 4 is going to perform, but that's a higher class. That is also a lower pressure, okay? The match is there, but we'll see how that works. But 9 is a check. This is the first one, and we'll see how that works. I think it is the 8. What they are saying is the favorite. There are reasons why, because the match is good. But it is it is going to be 1,000 meters. So if it plays right, the high pressure, low pressure, this one is as a high pressure is in a trouble. So this one probably the second highest pressure line. All right. If we look at the thing, then that's the high. That's the second highest. And this is the lowest, but it is not doing well. Then this is the second lowest. So apart from that, that 9 is probably the one which is here. Okay, this is a good match. That is also this is also a good match, but they kind of are like that. So this one is in the picture, the 9. So this is the first one. I'm going to be observing this. This is a maiden race. We'll see how that works. Dow's Flemington or Randwick? You tell me, Dow's, where do we want to be? PC Heath means barren open wasteland. Maybe, but I couldn't find anything else, and the problem is we're still waiting for the live stream to come live, which it is not coming in. So we are going to use something else probably and see how that works. Situations are very dicey all around the world. A lot of um, a lot of the things that was working until 3 days ago are not working right now. World is at a state of war, and we are doing horse racing. Not that we are doing something of great priority than the war, but this is what we do, so we'll keep doing this. But we have issues today with the live stream. I'm hoping that we can solve this. We'll see how that works. DAOs I haven't checked, but I think if Flemington is playing, it is better to go to Flemington than Randwick. But it all depends on how those races are. We'll take a look. If we have the Whirlpool on Flemington, I think I'd like to go to Flemington. That gives us the right opportunity to look at what's happening. And if there's no Whirlpool, then wherever the group races are, yeah, so if Randwick has better Group 1, Group 2 races and there's no Whirlpool, we'll probably take Randwick. And, you know, how the ground is, if it is good for, I don't want to go to a soft ground. And honestly, it's been a long time that we've done races at Randwick. It's been a long time. Well, we'll see. I'm not sure if we have the Whirlpool on Flemington on Saturday. Then probably Flemington. Flemington is good. Flemington is not bad. And the greater problem right now is, you know, if things don't get sorted in those regions which are actually hosting the live streams, then you know, the live streaming is going to be an issue. So that way Flemington is safer because we'll still have a backup. For Randwick, it'll be difficult. Let's see. I mean, there's a lot of things at this point of time. I don't know where to look at. Jimmy, bro. Welcome back. This is not exactly Caulfield, Jimmy. This is Caulfield Heath. It is the same thing as Randwick and Randwick Kensington. All right, it is a midfield track. They will bring in the second grade horses. The track is inside. This probably is the main Caulfield on screen if you're looking at. So the outer track is primarily the main Caulfield. My assumption, it is entirely my assumption. I'm not sure. I've never been to this track, but my assumption is Heath probably is the inner track, the inner lining. All right, the one which is on the right hand side of the white line. Doomben, I had to switch from Doomben and Warwick because of the fact that I'm getting an issue since yesterday for the live streams, so we are not able to watch. PC's got the first one. PC was on Doomben, I think. I'm not getting the live stream for the first one because since yesterday I'm having this problem. Warwick Farm, okay. I'm trying to figure out where the problem is. We usually get to see the races here, okay? But since yesterday they are not connecting, I am assuming there is a problem going on in that region. That's why it is not connecting. I'm trying to figure out why and how, but that's the state at this point of time. So if we don't have that, it'll be difficult to get the New South Wales races. Till the time they've, fixed it. Yeah, this is the first one, Jimmy. It's a maiden one. It's better to just observe. They have the 8 as the favorite. The 8 is a low pressure, which matches. But that 9 is a check. That 9 is a check. We'll see. I mean, I think they all low pressure horses, so that's 1,000 meter. We'll see how that works.
Not more you can ask for.
Pretty busy afternoon and evening with a couple of other runners. Can you talk us through your main chances?
So we got Bolt Strike.
Your main chances?
So we got Bolt Strike. He's obviously a favourite. So
I'm sorry, I will not be able to look at the chats because this is all full screen. I can't look at the chats at this point of time, but this is the first one, the maiden.
So he's had to go back to practice school. And he's a kick-off point, and hopefully he gets out of the barriers, and he should run well as well.
Fingers crossed with all your runners. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
There's the thoughts of Lee Allen representing Kieran Barr, talking about the runners from the stable throughout the afternoon, headed by this girl, Smokescreen, who's the horse on screen.
She looks good, doesn't she? She's taken it pretty well, and that's a debut time. So the horse that Nick Ashford mentioned earlier, Exit Strategy,
She's good too.
she looks good, and she's the one that has really changed price. I mean, we've
Yes.
seen some changes in the market, pretty solid for the second favourite, a little bit of a slight ease for California Flyer, but Exit Strategy has been supported. So that said, no major moves against the favourite Smokescreen. If you look at the still conditions out the back there, we've heard at the top of the show that I thought around 15k an hour winds southwesterly. I thought around 15k an hour winds southwesterly, but doesn't really look like that.
So there's Matty's selections. His best bet on the program comes up in race 3, Torsheen.
But doesn't really look like that.
So there's Matty's selections. His best bet on the program comes up in race 3, Torsheen.
Yeah.
And Matty's next best, well, you're lining up with Eternal. Yeah, in race number 6.
Go, Matty.
You're lining up with Eternal. Yeah, in race.
That's good. Really like to hear that.
Let's head to the Great Man for his call of race number 1. It's 30 seconds away.
Good on you, Timmy and Hutch. Great minds think alike, Hutch. And we welcome our Sky viewers as well that are with us for this Caulfield meeting. Caulfield Heath on a relatively mild day, overcast conditions, good for rail out 5. And Smokescreen favourite at 220 on the.
So you see, that's the outer ground, and this is the inner one. Okay, that's why I said, but that's an assumption. I don't have a clarity on this. That is the outer ground.
And away they go. Invincible Lover moderately away and jumping well towards the outside. Exit Strategy with California Flyer, who's booting up underneath of it. So just hold it off the rails at the moment. A length and a quarter stern and Invincible Lover outside of Smokescreen. Then Absolute Power and Spirit of Gaia is last of all. 700 metres to go. Exit Strategy off the rails, led by a length and a quarter to California Flyer. Then came Invincible Lover and Stern and Diva. 3/4 of a length to Smokescreen, and then well back in the field, Absolute Power wider, and in between horses, Spirit of Gaia. They run the corner. 350 metres to go. It's Craig Williams and Exit Strategy, 2 lengths in front. From in second place, getting off its heels now, California Flyer to give chase on the outside, and Invincible Lover's joining in too. Invincible Lover goes to the front. Absolute Power and Smokescreen starting to weave through in the closing 50. Invincible Lover, Smokescreen coming at it with Absolute Power. They go to the line. It's a head bobbing go here, predominantly Invincible Lover on the inner and Absolute Power with Smokescreen the centre. Good go in the first, and they were followed by Spirit of Gaia, and also between horses on the inside, California Flyer fighting out 4th. Back behind those Sternen, and at the back of the field, Exit Strategy. Absolute Power gets up on the outside. Absolute Power gets up on the outside. Luke Cartwright's, and that is a win for Lynn Tolson and Leonie Proctor, and will pay around $36 on the tote. It's the outsider of the field, the $41 chance on Via.
1784. Tuna won. Tuna. Gate, welcome back, Gate. So 1. It was actually showing here, but this 1, 7, 8, and 4. 1, 7, 8. And 4. So the 1 had the lowest as the highest class, that was the lowest, did not have a form line, but it is the class that went through. So now if we look at what exactly it says, all right. So when we do this, okay, when it is the top, we know where it belongs, okay, irrespective of the fact that it has a bad form line. But those are the risks that are involved. So this thing is we'll keep a track of this on each and every race. Okay, so go to the next. No scratchings. 3, 5, 4, 6. 3. So what happened here is, let's first understand what are we dealing with. We are at Caulfield. It's a midweek, right? And the first one basically was all low pressure. The highest pressure was 7, which did not happen because of that. And the 9 that I thought would get in also did not get in because of that. What basically worked out is a class which did not have any form line, but that's where it knocked out rest everything else. Okay, now it's an 1800 meter, so the favorite is a 3, which is a 3-year-old gelding. Now we have worked with this quite a few times. Neutrals generally don't win, and they always look the best through the match, but to win, they need to be a very higher class. Is it a higher class? It is on the 3rd line. All right, if we look through the class, that's the 3rd line. All right, we have the first, which is here. Then we have the second, which is an 8-year-old gelding. Then on the 3rd, it is that. So that's one way of looking at it. So now, what are we served with? Now, this one basically is probably what we are dealing with here is, let's first understand. So this one is an 8-year-old, looks very good, but I don't have the nerve to, to work with an 8-year-old, though here that's that. All right, so that's an 8-year-old. Now the difference, okay, so if you look at the difference, now this is a 58.5, the weight which has been assigned. Here it was 59.5, it stayed 59.5, that is the highest class. So what we are measuring is basically, this is too early to explain this because this is all maiden. It will be much easier to work with these races when the numbers will talk. So here, if you look at this, it's a 58.5, which brings it to the second line, but here it falls. Okay, here it falls, it is not the highest, but the race difficulty is there, and that's how it looks. That's an 8-year-old gelding. The 3, which is the favorite, that always looks good. Okay, that is something that always looks good through the match, but they generally fail from there. Now the 6, which is up here, is a challenger, which is something looks very difficult, probably will not happen. The 1, the jockey has never raced here. Okay, the jockey has never raced here. The struggle is high, but the match is also like that. So here the class is in trouble because of too many things. The track geometry doesn't support the kind of arrangement which is there on this horse. It doesn't have the right form line. That may not be the core issue. The core issue is here that Caulfield needs certain amount of track experience, because that's a triangle shaped track and the geometry of the track is a little weird. So 1, though it is very high up here, but the struggle is here. So 1 probably is going to get there in some way or the other. But if we have to look at 3 has the class on the 3rd line, all right, but it is going to run neutral. Plus, it is also falling here. And I think it is probably going to be again a low pressure game. Again, a low pressure game is going to be there. So we'll see how that low pressure works. So, out here, whether 3 wins or the 6 wins, the 6 is good. That is good. But 4 probably is there in some way if the 1 does not upset the entire thing, which probably is not possible. But 3 winning is a very slim chance because it is a neutral. All right, it's a neutral. Neutrals are neutrals. We still haven't figured out the exact reason why they lose traction at the last moment, but they do. We have all seen that over and over again, that the neutrals keep failing at the last moment. For them to win, they have to be a very high class, which this one is on the 3rd line. So can it do this? So if we look at the other options which are there, this one is going to run low pressure, which we know, but the low pressure also is creating a problem. Okay, the low pressure is also creating a problem. It's a bad match on 6. 1 has a very high probability on both sides, but the form line is not there and the jock has never raced there. Then it is this one, which is all good, but it is going to run neutral. Then it drops to 2. which is here, which is a very high, then it drops here. Okay, so that's that part of the story. So every indication is towards 3. Every indication is towards 3. Why is 6 is a bad match? 1, the jockey never won. 3 is on the third line, which is on the second line is setting an 8-year-old gilding, which is very difficult. So 3 has everything right in its place, but they fail. That's the pattern. That's the pattern recognition on that particular character of horse. So the 3 fails. 6, very difficult. 1, do not have a form line, do not have a jock. 3 has a green line. 3 is all good, but they fail. That's pattern. 2 is an 8-year-old, looks good. Okay, that is there. The direct competition is probably, if we have to take an aerial view, so that's the lowest. All right, if that fails, then where will it go? Here, then probably jumping back to 1, maybe. But I think 4 has better chances for 2 reasons. 1 is it is again a low pressure. The 6 is a low pressure. The 2 is also a low pressure. But if you look at the match on both these horses, the 8 is definitely lower, but that's an 8-year-old gilding. Okay, that's an 8-year-old gilding. Plus the drop from 58 to 56 suggests that it is not for this particular class. Then this one is a 57. It is also a drop on 56, but somehow I don't have the faith on 3 because they have been failing. They have been failing. It is not that we have a clear idea why they fail, but that's a pattern recognition that they fail. For them to win, they need to be a very high class. So we'll see how that works. I like the 4. It's not that it is the best match. It has struggle. The 3 is a higher class than 4. But the 3 is going to run neutral. The top of the class, which is this one, the 1, doesn't have the jockey. This jockey has never raced here. Plus a form line like that, the struggle, the match is very uncomfortable match. The 3 is a beautiful match, but that's a neutral. The 2 is also a good match, but that's an 8-year-old. And then it is here. Now what about 5? 5, the struggle rises. Okay, it is a high pressure. Now what is the problem with 4? The problem with 4 is the jockey has never won here. The 1, the jockey never raced here. The 4, the jockey has never won here. So even with all that uncertainty, still 3 is going to run neutral. So we'll see. I mean, I'm still out. I'm not going to get into it. The 3 is clean to go. Okay. The 3 is clean to look at the scenario. The 6, the struggle is real. Even after that pressure point. All right. The struggle is real, but that's a very high class. It looks like it is very good. All right. But the match is not there. So probably 6 is not in a position to win. 1 is the highest class. Jockey never raced here at Caulfield Heath. It's an 1800 meter, has the opportunity, but we'll see how that works. 3, we'll come to 3 later. 2 is an 8-year-old gilding. That's how it looks like. 4, the jockey has never won here. The 5 is Ladakh, which is a struggle. So now the point is this, that the 3 has a superb highway. Okay, this looks unbeatable, correct? But that's going to run neutral. That's going to run neutral. So we'll see how that works. They generally fail. So for me, it is very difficult, because if I want to believe that the class is going to win, all right, the problem is the jockey. Then it is here, but it is an 8-year-old. I do like the 4, but the jock has never won here at this track. Never. The 5 rises to a high pressure, but drops here in class. And serious drop. So we'll see how that works. I am out. I'm not going to get into it. Gate brought in a friend. Thank you so much for doing that, Gate. The 3 has a highway. The 3 has a highway. It's practically a red carpet given to 3. But at the same time, it is going to run neutral. We'll see if that works. It is basically a red carpet, but this is exactly where the problems are. It looks good. That's where they fail. I mean, I don't have the nerves to go with any of these. I mean, this one is not what I would like to go. This one is an 8-year-old gelding, out of question. The 4, which I actually like, the jockey has never won here. What he will do today, only God knows. The 5 definitely is a high pressure, but it's on the lower line, all right? It's on the lower line. So very difficult for 5 to break through. The jockey is also misaligned. So practically looking at the scene, by age, by the the match, it is unparalleled to any other horse, but neutral. No, Jimmy, I think it is a class thing. It is not the jock. It is not the jock. I think it's a class. And I don't know how to explain this to you, but let me see if I can pull up something. There's a Caulfield here. Let's see. Okay. This one won. Okay. This is of 21st February. This was the last race. Okay. Benchmark 84. The one actually won. That was running neutral. That's the class. Okay. That is the class. The rest, everything we did not, this one did not do anything. We did not have many neutrals. This one did not do anything. Here they failed, as far as I remember. These, I don't remember what happened, but what I clearly remember was the last race where, I think we were all on 12, me and PC and everybody, we were all on 12. PC was probably on 13, if I am not wrong. But that did not work. Nothing worked. The one won. The one was a neutral, and that was the class. Okay, so I mean I have through the library, when I run this program on my server, it is basically indicating towards the class, but not always. There are fluctuations, and I'm still not sure where those fluctuations are. So that's something that I have still not figured out rightly, but that's that. I mean, Stretch, those are all speculations until and unless we have a clarity whether it is a jock, it is a class, or in what circumstances where. Like for this particular track, one thing that I can tell you, the physics doesn't matter, because this is a triangle shaped track. Here it deflects. All right, there is a problem in this particular situation, in this particular area. That's why if you look at the results at Randwick, at Flemington, they will always match with the physics side of the story. Here it is not important. Here it doesn't match. So Caulfield has a lot of areas that they're there, and not that we have been able to figure out all of them. So it's a volatile track. It's a volatile day because it's a Wednesday midweek. Horses are not up to the mark, and be careful. Be careful in your decisions. Things can go wrong, and things are prone to go wrong here. To show gate 2 is an 8-year-old. I mean, yeah, that's good with the numbers, but that's still an 8-year-old. But what we will figure out today is how that 3 behaves. That 3 literally has a highway, a red carpet. It literally has a red carpet. Jesus Christ. The 2 is a gray. If maintenance was on 6, 3, 4, 1. Lightning, welcome back, Lightning. I'm sorry I couldn't welcome you earlier. Just got tied up with the conversations. But you're very welcome back, Lightning.
My head looks like a pineapple. Got me through it in the text line. Hutch, my head looks like a pineapple. That's fair.
You've had that
I
argument.
mean, it's a fresh haircut, but it's not.
You've had the argument.
It doesn't dress a pineapple, does it?
And the hairdressers come out winning again.
Pineapple. Oh, that's a bit stiff. Anyway, Mr. Independent, $2.40, $3.50 for $1.40, $3.50 for Just Jenny. Phoebe Buffet, $4.50, $4.80 for Bray Day, $26 for Super Solar, and $34 for Mess Time. You know who's got a good head of hair? This man, Julius Sandu.
Oh,
Let's hear from him.
Thanks for your time, Julius. Mr. Independent, I was just saying, when you look at his pedigree, you'd think that 1800 is probably the pointy end of what he'd be looking for, but physically he looks like he wants this and even a touch further. What's your feel for him?
Yeah, I thought probably the mile was getting to his optimum level, but the way he's walked at home, the way he ran the other day after Paul got up and said he's definitely looking for the mile and a quarter, preferably if we could, but it's a nice step-up race now, 1800. Nice step-up race now, 1800, and he's trained up well, he's healthy horse. He's, if anything today, just a little bit warm, but I think the surroundings, something new for him. He's having a good look around, but other than that, he's in great shape.
And the small field, we all know sometimes these races can be particularly tactical. What were your discussions with Bo pre-race?
So I said to Bo, he has the ability to fly the gates. He did that when he raced at Sandown, and I just said to him, let him jump and make a decision the first 100. If he's rolling along and he gets to go and sit outside the rail, even get to lead, we won't be afraid of doing that. He's fit enough, he'll run it out good. If there's some space inside, probably just tuck in and get some cover. Hopefully we don't have to go all the way back, but if that happens, it's a small field. We'll see how it goes, and we'll start rolling probably the 500, 600 meter mark and see what happens.
You also got Bold Response and Excess in later on this evening. How are they?
Bold response is bold response. If he wants to win, he'll win. But it's a question of whether he wants to or not. He's got a mind of his own, and on his day, he can run a big race. So I'm hoping that's the case. The horse as well, he's sound and he's healthy, so if he comes here in the mindset of wanting to do something, he probably will. Excess is trained on Super. I think she was knotted on the post the other day. Good horse, very good horse to win that race, and to take nothing away from that. But she's gone back home and trained down well, and I think the barrier is not going to make that much of a difference coming down the straight there. So she'll run like she normally does. So jump out should be positive, and we'll go from there.
Hopefully a good evening with the three runners. Best of luck with all of them.
Appreciate that, and thank you.
The team's going well. A Gentle Steel, not sure if you saw it, Hutch, was a winner at Cranbourne on Friday night. So rarely a meeting goes by where he takes a good army of runners, a good team of runners, and doesn't get a result.
Does a good job, affable man as well. Julius isn't so
One of our favourites.
very likeable, and wish him all the very best of luck with all of his team here today. Yeah, he's having a good little run, isn't he? He doesn't usually have a quiet run, Julius. What, he's 17% from his last 100, so he's going along really nicely. And he's smashing the market expectations. So it's, you're right with the stables going along. And this was probably, I know there's some lightly raced horses, there's a couple of lightly raced horses here, but he, I think, just has a little more upside than most of the rivals. So he did a good job the other day to go up and win it. He needs to raise the bar again. There's been a bit of money around for payday.
There has $4.60 now, so $2.70 for Mr. Independent, just slightly easy here ahead of race number 2. Lighting process underway, Super Soul is in. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call of race number 2. Matty's also with Mr. Independent.
Yes, thought it would be able to push forward. It would be hard to beat around the tighter terrains here of the Heath track as Phoebe Buffet goes in. Phoebe Buffet is forwards, and Mr. Independent is going to be the last one. So this 1800 metre start just marginally starts across the course proper, but very quickly they link onto the Heath course. As Mr. Independent goes forward and they're set. Set down, gates are back and away. Just Jenny from the inside. Ellie beat them out with best time. And they were followed by Prey Day, who's booting up in between horses. Phoebe Buffet's also improving. And Mr. Independent from the outside draw, just taking a little bit of time to get into its gears, but moves up around the outside now to almost dispute the lead. As the jockey on to Mr. Independent, Bo Mertens looks to his left, can't quite cross for the lead. As best time is moving up the hill to 1400 to go, best time led. Mr. Independent's trying to cross. Phoebe Buffet's keeping its legs in there, and Just Jenny is fourth the inner. About a length and a half, Prey Day, and Super Solar is at the end. 1200 to go, best time the leader. By about 3/4 of a length to Mr. Independent, eventually working across one off the rails. A length and a quarter to Just Jenny, third on the fence. And then came the outside Phoebe Buffet. Two for the back is Super Solar. And last of all off the back section, Prey Day. So to the railway side of the course, 900 to go. Best time the leader. Led by a length and a quarter now at the 800 metres from Mr. Independent. Even speed. Just Jenny is third the inside, getting up on the steel. And then came Phoebe Buffet. A length and a quarter Super Solar on the inside. And then came Prey Day last of the six. 600 metres to go. Best time the leader by 3/4 of a length. Mr. Independent, who's niggled out before the corner. And Prey Day settle out around the outside. And Phoebe Buffet is going with it now. So up around the home corner. Prey Day with the featherweight moves up on the outside. Just in front of Phoebe Buffet and the sprinters on at the 300. Best time had a king, Mr. Independent behind them from Just Jenny. So it's Prey Day wobbling about a bit, but at the 150 in the middle of the track led. Mr. Independent's coming again. Prey Day at the 50. Mr. Independent renewing its challenge. Mr. Independent on the outside, an extraordinary win. Mr. Independent niggled at before the corner after being
3-6.
has ploughed the late from Prey Day, and they were followed by Just Jenny, best time Super Solar, Phoebe Buffet. Mr. Independent was off the bit before the corner, but
Three six. So that was that. This was an 8-year-old. 3 on the third line as a neutral. So if that's that class. So it did have the highway. And it did win. So what happened here is that the first two, which was there, both were dicey. That happened. And the 6 then. 3, and then 6, 31, the 4, and 41. The jock has never won here, so that thing went upside down. Then it went here, 6. This was like that. So we'll go to the next 1200 meter. This is not a maiden, this is a benchmark 70. Benchmark 70. Number 7 has been scratched. 4, 3, 4, 3, 1, and 2. Here it was 3 and 6. 4, 3, 1, and 2. So both of these two are drops. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so here we can't match because there was a neutral and all those things happened. But let's see what happened here. So these two are 62, 60. All right, here it drops to 58. So basically that's no good. 4 is the right odd. how it should work, it'll drop from there, it'll drop. It cannot drop here. It looks like it's in a bad state. Okay, so it'll 52, 204, 155, 150, 191, 155, 191, 156, 157. So this is good. It should be like 4, 5. 5 is the check. 4 drops to 5. That's where it is. That's a drop. Will not work. These two are drops. 4, 2. To 5. 16, 4, 2, 5, 74, 4, 3. Four, 5, 3, 1. 2 is out of the question, probably. This is the one. 4 is the right odd. 96, 97, 158, 93, 158, 2. 58, not working. 58, 58, here is 62, will be a drop. 51. 24, 59, 12, 4, 5, 3, 1, 59, 4, 5, 3. So 4, 5, 3, 1, these two. These two. Good. This is a higher one, third line. 4, 5, 3. Why? That is 6, 50. So that's higher. There's a drop by 3. Yes. Should be that 4, 5, 3, and 1. It should be like that. Let's see how that works. So what's my expectation is this: the 4 is a good match. All right. Now, why 1 is not a good match? So this is where we are struggling. Okay. So why 1 is not a good match, and why 2 is not a good match? This is not the lowest. Okay. So if you look at these two horses, all right, these are two very high rated horses. Okay. First and the second, those are the two high rated horses. But they are at 62 and 60 drops to 58. Okay. So when it becomes 58, that becomes a questionable factor. This is the first one where we'll actually get the reflection of how that thing works. Like here, the 6 was on the top. Okay. That was not a good match, but the 6 was on the top. The 3 went through, and then it was the 6. Why? That was a 55, and then where it belongs is where this thing is going to show. Okay. This might show that this is a challenger, but where it belongs is what this will show. We cannot identify where they are coming from. Still, I'm working on that depending on the leverage which is being given. But that will probably show us how they are where they should be. Like this one, for example, was a 58.5. It dropped here 56. So that was not the right match. Though it had better articulation than this one. Okay, it failed. Why? This one was higher rated, but it failed. Now the jockey never raced here. So what he did, he raved that horse. Plus, it was not enough form. So that did not work. And the 3 definitely had the highway today. Okay, the 3 definitely had the highway today. But my assumption, my apprehension is this, that the neutrals generally don't win. But when we look through the DICR, we'll have to, if we take the class where it belongs, then this was the highest class. Cannot win. Why? The jockey was not prepared for this track. This one was an 8-year-old, which was from 58.5 dropped to 56.5. This is a 58 and climbed to 59, which is okay on the 3rd line. Went as a neutral and it won. So these are something that we will have to keep a check on. Here, the 4. Let's talk about the 3 first. That's the highest. Okay, that is the highest, but the form line is not there. That's still the highest. 4 is the favorite. It, compared to that, it is a good match. 1 and 2, 62-60 drops to 58. Here it did not work. Okay, like for this one, from a 58.5 to 56, it did not work. Why? Because that's the drop. It belongs to a different class. It is a drop in grade and all that stuff which it is calculating. So the 4 is a climb from 57 to 58. This is from 57.5 to 59.5. That is also a higher class. Okay, has a jock but doesn't have the form line. Can it win? Of course, 3 can win. All right, 3 can win, and 3 can win in what circumstances? If the form line doesn't matter, it's a higher class, higher climb, can win, but the arrangement is better on 4. It's a better form line. So if that 4 wins, which ideally it should, it'll go there eventually, but first it'll drop. So these 2 are where it looks like. There's this 6-year-old mare which is there. Both of them are the top class horses, but they probably are not the right one. Then it is this one, the 6, which is here, which is also a good match. But if you look at again the form line, these 2 are the same. This is better from an inner gate plus a dedicated jock. So the 4 is good, will drop, should drop. Then it goes back to 3 because of the class probably and the match. Then it should drop on 1. That's the highest. This is a 6-year-old mare. Probably not the right match, and then it is dicey. So here we have a 97, 58, 97, 59, 87. Can the 3 win? Yes, the 3 can win. The physics doesn't matter here in this. But I don't think the 3 is going to win because of the form line. This is good. The jock is also good. If that's there, then it drops. These two are difficult. This one is a very bad drop here. The 5 is the low. Then it climbs. Can it climb here? Should not. It should climb here on the 3 and then drop here. We'll see how that works. Tuna, boom! Lightning 3-6. I'll put up your name, Lightning. Tuna was Tuna. Right. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll see if that 3 actually is able to beat the 4. Now, the problem is this, that they are neck to neck, all right? These two horses are neck to neck. That's the form line, but this is still a higher class. Is 193, 158 easier? And that's a very strong climb. Here, what happened is this, if we look through that, the 6 was the climb, all right? 55 to 60, that was a very strong climb. 3 actually won. We have 58, 59. This one is actually, this one is because of the, I mean, from every angle, 3 had the grand entry, all right? Look at that arrangement. From here, even if that is a neutral, the top 2 class horses are like this one. The jockey is alien. He doesn't have a clue of what the Caulfield is. This one is an 8-year-old, and it's a drop here. That did not work. The 3 literally had the thing to go. The 3 literally had the thing to go from here, from here. Here it was a little question, but why that question did not get stuck is because the nearest competition, which is the 4, the jockey never won here. No, that was the last one, Jimmy. This is not the third one. I was talking about the second one, the 1800 meter. The neutral that won. That basically had everything in place today. Bro, I'm gonna be on the road in next 2 weeks. What do you mean? You're going on a road trip, or you're going to be homeless? That has 2 meanings, Jimmy. Which one is it? The first one is very exciting, the second one is very sad. Okay, opening a new location for my work. That's exciting. That's exciting, bro. With the kind of things that are going on, it's really exciting. When you are in the training industry, bro, that's the thing. That is something. It is. It is. It is difficult. Training freshers every time is kind of a challenge. It's a very demanding job. Training the freshers is like every time you have a new batch of people absolutely clueless, and then you start from the scratch. but you're going to be in a zone which is like, they're going to believe that you're the god. The freshers, they always believe the trainers, they know everything. They kind of are the gods of the industry. Yeah. Tuna 1. Yeah, the question is how that the one is going to be placed. The one is like that. That's a rise. This is a rise. So ideally, it should be one probably stands on the third position. If that thing doesn't kick in, that's why I kept the 3 before the 1, because of that. But you're right. Why? Because that's the class and that's the low pressure. Okay. Ideally, that's how it should work. But we'll see. I mean, you know how things are. So we'll see. The 1 is in a very good hand. That's for sure. The 1 is in a very good hand. That is for sure. But that's that. Let's see how that works. Jesus Christ, man. But yeah, I mean, training overall is nice. I mean, both side of the story is nice. When you are as a trainer and as a trainee, both side of the things are very nice. As a trainee, you don't get to do much of a work, and as a trainer, you get to play God. As a trainee, there is hardly anything that you need to do. It's the honeymoon period that we used to call in our old days. When you are in training, it's basically the honeymoon period. You don't have work. You just train. PC says 3. 3 can win, PC. 3 can win. It's not that 3 cannot win. But that's again a kind of a gray area. That's again a kind of a gray area. But if it falls right, I think it will fall 4, 5, 3, and 1. If it falls right. We'll see how that works. But yes, you're right. The 3 can win, PC. If it doesn't give into that situation, 1200 meter. But I definitely like the 4. Let's see how that actually works. That was too good. What is down talking about? Which one is too good, Dow's? Did we miss the race? No, I don't think so.
Doing quite nicely. Jackson's under her pretty good, so hopefully she can build something going forward. There's a 3-year-old fillies 1200 metre Group 3 at 17 days. So I think that will step up and have a go and try and get her a bit of black type. She's won 3. She's won over 100,000. So Steve Whitewing, who sort of withdrew her from sale to race her, and now he's publicly being rewarded.
Man, we missed the race.
Successful broodmare for him. So hopefully this girl will be the replacement if we can get some black type all that.
Everything seemed to plan out quite nicely on paper, but not often.
Yeah, for home. I can see that, but we missed it.
Pressure something really nicely.
Yeah, you always expect it to turn to jump when they're short price. But I just felt a bit relaxed today. I thought she was equal.
Because it was lagging.
Unfold like you'd expect it to, and hits the price.
it's a race she should have been winning. And we pulled the right Roma scratch from Saturday, which was a difficult race to come here, and we've been rewarded.
It's great for Hayden to score his first city win, as we just touched on. He's been an integral part of your team for a long time, and it's nice that he gets these accolades too.
Yeah, he works really hard. And this time of year, as we talked about earlier, you know, I did a seek and destroy mission to Hong Kong before Christmas, and then we go to the Gold Coast and New Zealand and Sydney, Melbourne this week, Gold Coast Healing Sub next week, Adelaide the week after, and then Easter. You need a good man.
I don't know what the result is. Yes, 4 won, but what is the result? Four, 2, 6, 3. 4, 4, 2, 6, and 3. 4, 2, 6, 3. 4, 2, it dropped here. 6. And 3. But 4 won. It dropped on that 6-year-old mare. 60. 4, 2, 6. Okay, that was 60, 68, 6, then that was, that happened. So now we can navigate through the age, I think. That was 12, did not work. This was a better match, 4, 2, 6, and then 3. Okay, that happened. 4, 2, 6, and 3. We'll take a look at the 4th one. 10 has been scratched. 4, 7, 5, 1. 4, 7, 5, 1. Oh. Hmm. It's a maiden, but I think 4 is the right odd. So what is happening is this, okay? So the 4 is the linear, that's the first thing. Second thing is this, that the other matches which are there are not in a position today. That did not happen, okay? Though we have the numbers, but these two are very high, and we can see what that is. But the problem is this, that this is a 1200 meter, that means everybody is going to be on pace. Now where that 5 failed, okay, the 5 failed because there were 56 and dropped to 51, so that was, even after the form line, that was not the right thing. The 2 was a 58 and this one was a 58. 56 jumped to 58, so it doesn't matter. I mean, these are the areas which we will have to work on probably. So but now we have a little bit idea of what's going on. So the 4 probably is the right odd. This one is a 0, so that is either a low pressure where it might fall, or if the match is bad, the 3 getting from gate number 10 is a far-fetched idea. is a very far-fetched idea. So that's very far-fetched. So that probably is a bad idea. We'll see how that works. But here it failed from 56 to 51. This one is also 54. This is 58 to 57. Still, this is in a better position. But a drop. These are all good. This one stays on top with a linear. Form line is okay. Scene is like this, that this is 42, then it drops. Where is it? Here, or is it on 3? This is a 25, this is 27, 0, 29, then 33 comes here, 32, which is good, 2 and 6, 158, 43, 56, 1, 3 is in between, but gate number 10, forget about that. 4 probably is the right odd. 58, 59, 1200 meter will play pace. 77 because of that, but gate number 6. So about 5, which has a very good profile and all that. It had 6 races, still a maiden. Probably will get a place, but how, I don't know. If that's the low, which it could be, then probably there it'll land. So here I was thinking of 5, where it'll land because of the form line, but what I missed is this is a 56 and dropped to 51. So that was not a great idea probably, but we will have to follow this. And the 6 was still good, 56 to 58. Okay, so that was good. The 2 definitely was an upper class, so that happened. So the why 1 did not work. Okay, so 1 did not work because it is a 62 from 58, which is a 4-point drop. This is a 2-point drop. So we'll calculate those as well. Here it is 58, 1 point, both here, 19, 59, 60. This is relaxed. But here it is a problem because this genius has been racing for last 6 races, did not win. There is something not right with that horse, but will definitely get a place. But how? Is it the low? Because if that's the low, then probably here it will drop. But if that low doesn't work, then it will work as a high. So in that case, it will go somewhere else. I'm not comfortable about 3 because it is coming from gate number 10. Can work. But that's gate number 10 is very wide. About the 1 that they're talking about, that's negative 29. But then we have this one, which is at negative 33. So the baseline is much stronger here. Okay, but that's a 58 drop to 57. Here we don't know because that genius is going to debut today, so I don't know how that will work, but looks like the gates are aligned. So 4, 5, if it drops here, then it drops here, maybe, then this will be the high next, and then it will go drop here. So there is a chance that 5 is either the second, if that's the low. If that's the high, then there is very high chances the 3 or this one getting in. More than the 7, the 3 has chances, but that's coming from gate number 10. But We'll see how that works. 4 looks good. 4 should win. 0 will not win. I hope so. The low pressure, this one is from gate number 10. This one has one race, did not win, has the advantage. These are all places. So I think it will go to the linear. 0 winning is difficult. Plus the horse is questionable because it has 6 races. That's not the thing. This one is dropping 451. 84.58. Well, that's very strong challenge. This is good. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. 4 is good. I like 4. I like 4. Should work. I don't want to open the negatives. Let's just check how the negatives are. If it is running parallel or negative. Parallel. It is parallel. Okay. So not negative. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
And now he's from horse racing, a little bit of a bit.
But it feels good to have Jimmy back. I mean, he went missing after Trump came into the office. But somehow I was missing Jimmy for a very long time. He's always been there. He's actually a kid. He's actually a kid. He's a kid at heart. He likes to act very matured, but he's a kid. If you speak to him, you will find out he's a kid, a very adorable kid. I think I'll play because
really nicely. He's been turned. It presented really nicely. He's been turned out immaculately by the stable here. Very good. Nigel can't fault his parade here at all.
Million is our race favourite. Was a beaten favourite on debut, despite being a little bit easy in the market towards jump time. Arlington Row won that race. And, well, the margin between the two was probably a little bit unfair on Million.
No, absolutely. Because, when I watched the replay, Million actually jumped on terms, but then he just took a few strides to muster, and I think it sort of put him on the back foot. He ran really well at Grandstand, similar kind of track, I suppose, in this sense. You're on the Heath track, but it'd be a lot better for the experience. Jumps better, gets himself like that.
He's quite a flashy mover, this horse. I think that he's definitely hit his peak in regards to his fitness. I've seen him before, and he was a little bit chunkier. He's definitely got more athletic the deeper that he's gone into this preparation and the fitter that he looks.
Oyster Lanes, horse 5 for Kieran Maher. Benny Allen to ride. Third up this afternoon. 1100 first up, 1200 second up, stays at the 6 furlongs.
Didn't have a great deal of fortune resuming at Geelong. They went to Pakenham, started $4. Gee, with what he did last preparation, I can't believe he couldn't win that race. I'm not sure where we're at because his form last campaign is good enough to win this. His efforts behind the likes of Shining Smile, Fisher. He's a bit plain behind Space Rider, of course, but he's shown enough to warrant plenty of respect here.
It's astounding to think that he's still a maiden, isn't it? It just shouldn't be like that. He's presented really nicely again. He's always had a good bit of quality about him. Right time for the blinkers to go on for the first time.
Rough Enough was an eye-catching debut in the race won by Simon Link, that heat of the Future Stars series at Pakenham.
It's my each way play. I'm just hoping they're not too far back here. They went back from the wide gate last start. Jordan Gate 1 here. Hopefully just lands in a nice spot. Really good debut performance, natural improvement. I think can win it.
He's a beautiful, relaxed type of horse. He's very professional in the way that he's parading, and he's been turned out lovely as well.
Santana, we need the yard report here, Hutch, but what can you tell us about this horse?
Well, the jump outs of this horse. The jump outs have been okay. I don't think a lot's been asked, but there's definitely some potential, and there's probably an okay run on debut behind Missile. And there's something to work with, but it's a leap of faith with the gear changes and everything that's going on, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, he looks magnificent and he's been on his best behaviour. You can tell Mr. Ashman in there. I know he was keen to hear it, but so far so good. Hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's always been a really good quality looking individual. Hopefully the gelding procedure will be the making of him. Just keep an eye on him behind the gates when the chain goes on.
Thank you for that. It's good to go.
I like it. What about the mailer here for the coming team with Dan Stackhouse? Mailer here for the coming team with Dan Stackhouse to ride the big price.
I'll say this. New stable, the jump out was good. It was clearly sharp, went well, and We're only going off one run at Kilmore where there was no impression made. It could be an improving him.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Just got a little bit sidetracked talking. So this horse here, big, strong gelding, very fleshy. I think that in regards to his fitness, he looks like he's got a pretty good base there. He's just starting to get just a touch tense, but it's well within normal limits.
Weandriff, Peter Moody, Catherine Coleman and Zach Spain resumes this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the jump outs have been pretty good. Very consistent that first preparation. Finished second on 3 occasions. It was Donna Hamilton, Sale, Pride running fourth at Pakenham. But yeah, I think there's once again just a few others in that more.
He's a lovely, neat type of horse with a really good attitude. As I say that, he's just getting a little bit fresh as he's starting to warm up out on the track, but he's been presented pretty well here.
Tiger Road time for Graham Begg and Geordie Childs. Tagaloa Philly having her first day out at the races here. Hutch, what do we think of her chances on debut?
I think that she'll improve the bundle. You know, anytime Graham Begg, Geordie Childs combined debut time, not really pressuring on some of their work. And, you know, Graham wouldn't enter her here unless he thought that she was a genuine chance of winning it.
She's been turned out really nicely for her first day at the races, and she's handled it like an absolute professional too. You wouldn't think that it was the first time that she was here, but I think that, pretty good parade from the first time.
Okay, Hutch, that is the mounting yard here. I suppose the biggest takeaway is that one of the key runners, Nick Ashman's best bet on the program, Santana, got a good push. But rough enough, your each-way play in this race. Tell us why.
I just really like the debut performance at Pakenham. There's 3 subsequent winners out of that race. They went back from wide gate, they're drawn inside here, better for the run. I mean, the knock potentially just could be, you know, they might be looking for a bit more ground, but I'm happy to go with him. He looked beautiful on screen, I'm going to say, getting double figures. Melian, Oyster Lane's good enough. Genomic is, you know, I got it in for fourth, but I did like the jump out. I went 6-4-5-1.
I'm going to go with Melian on top from the yard as my pick. It's a different horse to the person against the Wakeful Club Best Presented Award. The Wakeful Club Award goes to Fiona from the Gregory L stable with Inspiring, who turned a horse out absolutely immaculately here. But I thought Melian's probably going to be the one that they're going to have to beat. I thought he's a really nice horse. He's getting more and more athletic. Every time I see him, it looks like he's here to run a good race. Of the rest, Oyster Lane, how he's still a maiden, I don't know. Rough enough, presented beautifully, as did Santana.
Let's have a look at this market. Melian $3.60, Santana $4.40, $5.50, Oyster Lane, Genomic $8. Good luck to everybody involved. Let's raise some money for Rule Prostate Cancer. Rough Enough is an $11 chance, out from $6. Hot Sand $13 to $14. Not a whole lot of other change there. 10 to 16 for Cockero time, but $4.40 to $3.60 for our favourite. The top two been well supported. Santana into $4.20 from $5.2. So good betting race at the top. Probably one of the more open markets that we've seen. Let's catch up with Adrian Joyce to get a little bit of the backstory about horse number 1, Genomic, who of course wears some pretty important colours, Amy.
Yeah, let's touch on the colours to start off. Adrian, this is for the... You fill us in about the special colours that he wears.
Yeah, Ross, he obviously is well known around the race course. He and his brother actually own them, so they set up the syndicate. Then there's an extra group of people in it for the prostate cancer, so it's really special. A lot of people can get in for cheap, and it's for a great cause.
It is such a great cause. How has he been working coming into this year? I saw him in the yard, and he's such a big, raw type of horse. I bet he's taken a long time to mature and grow into his frame.
Yeah, he's handled himself really well. He's mountain yard was beautiful the way he paraded. He's a massive big horse. He's 16.3, and we've just took him along nice and gentle, and he's a really nice horse, and we like him.
What kind of ability has he shown you at home?
Yeah, he's a lot of ability.
How would you like things to work out here? You've drawn pretty well with a low gate.
We're probably going to have to ride a little bit forward, which we probably didn't want to do with him first time. But I'm going to take our time and let him hit the line strong, but he'll probably be 1-1.
Sounds like a nice horse going forward. Hopefully he runs well on debut.
Thank you.
Yeah, good little thoughts there from Adrian Joyce regarding the chances of Genomic, who's our top weight here. Any wagering here, Hutch, for your fine self?
Well, I can just tell you with a 5 for 25 just quickly. I went no, yes, 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 yes. So one no to begin, and then the rest of them were yeses. And Genomic was the first leg. I think on top 3, and I got it in fourth, so I said no. But it's an interesting one. What about you, Nick? Did you have a quick look?
I went no with you there, went yes with Loud Charlie, but then I went no with Attain and Point Moon to finish in the top 3 and top 4, and then I came home with a yes. So we've differed through the middle there.
We are definitely different. They are starting to load up here. Let's go to Matty Hill.
Terrific match, adding plenty of interest to this Wednesday fixture, the Sportsbet Up and Coming Stars series. So a few trainers having a glance at the stumps here with the $100,000 overall up for grabs. Here's Malian, who was a late scratching at the gates at Cranbourne a couple of weeks ago. Having a good gawk around. Craig Williams in the saddle, about to bring Malian forwards. Santana has gone up drivers in the meantime. Jamie Mellon for Team Hawks and the Rupert Lee Racing Silks. Getting organised pretty quickly down there at the 1,200 metres. There's Wyandra, $15 mark. That's Jenny Gone Bonkers. Dominant win by Jenny Gone Bonkers at Pakenham on that occasion. Resuming here, Genomic in the real prostate colours forward with Kokoro Time. Now Kokoro Time going up, Genomic is in. Inspiring is going to be one of the last, just at the back of the chute at the moment. And another one is the Mailer, who just wants to avoid getting near the gates at this stage. As Inspiring is the next one to be brought along, cajoled along by 2 or 3 attendants. So Inspiring, Lucky Neindorf, to join them. Fields have dropped for a magnificent Super Saturday at headquarters on Saturday. We've got field of 15 in the Newmarket. It's a really good race. 10 Tyrus with the 57 kilos. Now Inspiring. It's wanting to dig the heels in at the moment. It's just picked up a little between races. It'll be pushing them down the railway side here. Now Inspiring is 50% of the way there. A real battle ensuing here between Inspiring and the barrier attendants. And the barrier attendants are slowly winning the fight. At this stage, still hasn't been able to go in this gelding by impending. Inspiring. Lucky Neindorf, who is making a real fist of things. It's second decent stay here in Melbourne. Eventually Inspiring goes up. So well done to the barrier boys. So they're just about ready. Sportsbet Up and Comer Series. First heat, $100,000 race. They're ready. Gates crash back and away. Santana towards the inside, jumped away cleanly. Hot Sand out well with Kokoro Time. And not too far away from the action is Oyster Lane. So it's Hot Sand in the middle, Oyster Lane deeper, and Santana the fence. Then Kokoro Time behind them with Melian. Next in the field, Rough Enough and Genomic, the centre. Inspiring well back in the field, the Mailer. And last of all is Wyandra. 800 metres to go. Melian forcing up on the outside of Oyster Lane, and then 2 lengths to Hot Sand. Santana fourth, the inner, then Kokoro Time. A length and a quarter, Genomic, who settled in 6th place outside of Rough Enough, and then came Inspiring, the Mailer, and last Wyandra approaching the corner. The leader is Oyster Lane for Benny Allen, just in front of Melian, who's eyeballing it as they reach the 400. They're a length and 3/4, Hot Sand, Santana, Kokoro Time, Inspiring deeper than Genomic, and well back in the field, Rough Enough. It's Oyster Lane as they reach the 200 metres. Melian won't go away on the outside. They're having a good set too, and they're 2 lengths. Hot Sand, Santana bullocking into the clear with 100 to go. Melian got its bib in front of Oyster Lane, then Santana a length away. Melian is clear in the Godolphin Blue, and Melian won it from Santana. Hot Sand, Oyster Lane,
baby.
Finishing off okay from Rough Enough, the Mailer. Then Wyandra, Kokoro Time, and last Inspiring.
4, 7, 2, and 5.
Number 4 for Anthony and Sam Freeman, written by Craig Williams. At 4:30 and 160.
That's a maiden race, okay? This one was a benchmark 70. So there's a difference, but the point is this, that the 4 worked as a linear, it did not have a problem, okay? That was the top. So what basically it says is it's 58, should be a 59. Now this is 59, this is also 58, which should be a 59. But now the pressure is 0, and in that case, in a maiden race, it went there, okay? Where in a benchmark, that did not work. That was the lowest. The 2 actually knocked it out because of whatever the reason is. That was a class that happened, and out of these 2, that was a higher one. So the benchmark races are like that, and the maiden races are like that, okay? But the 4 won. We'll go to the next 5. Eight and 9 has been scratched. We don't have 8 and 9. 6, 5, 3, 2. The result is 4, 7, 2. Six, 5, 3, 2. So the 6 is the favorite. Now we can't talk about this, but what happened here? Okay, so why the 4 won? And firstly, the form line was good. Then these two, this is better. Then the two definitely got in. All right. I had a thing, but that was a drop on a benchmark, so that did not work. These two got in. But now if we look at what is the difficulty of this race and how this thing worked basically. Okay, so the 4 was like that, 158. This was higher, definitely, and the struggle was there was no form line on this. Okay, where it dropped is on this 28, 24, and then it dropped here. Why? Because that was the lower class. It was also not doing well, but 5 definitely on a benchmark, even though it had the highest advantage, it could not go because that was a 56 and dropped to 51.5, so that just did not work. Here it worked on both of those horses because this was a maiden. Now the 6, okay, the 6 is not a match. The 6 is not a match from a lot of angles. Firstly, the form line is definitely questionable. It has the advantage on one side, which is still not a match for the horse, is on the higher side. And they are of the same state, wherein the 1 is the highest. Okay, that's 59.5, 59.5. That's anyway the highest. This one stays 59, 59. That is the best match. Okay, that's the best match on 2. 6 is not the right match. And 6 also has a questionable form line. The 5, which is the linear, is at a 58.5, drops to 56. So that probably is not the thing. Now, the indication is on that 6-year-old gelding. If you look at the difficulty of these two horses, one is a lower but has a higher difficulty. This is a higher difficulty race, but the match is better. What I'm trying to say is, one has a lower difficulty race but bad match. 2 has a higher difficulty but a good match. Now the question is this, that do I want to go with this? Six definitely doesn't have a match. Three is 59 stable. Where does it stand? 3 is here, okay, which is good. It's not up there. The question is with this guy, which is here, so it'll fail probably. $16, $42. That's way too much. And then we have the 7. which is like that. 58 from 56 to 58. This is out. This is here for 57, 39, 16, 1 is probably not the thing. See, 58, 59 on the top line. 7, 2, 7. That is okay. That's a high, that's a low. So 97, 58, 97. This is not happening. This cannot be low and this cannot be low at the same time. So that probably is a bad match. This is okay, 143. This is 58. 59, 58, 7 probably is a high. What will it give us the second position? We have this, which is from gate number 10. 1 still stays high from gate number 1. 7 is the high. 1 is a bad match. 2 is a good match. 3, they don't even have that 3 within the odds, but it's 58, 59, that's 56, climb 58, 59. The 54 stays at 55, that's probably not happening. 7, 2, 3, 7. See, the indications are on 2. But that's a 6-year-old gilding over a 1500 meter. That makes me very uncomfortable. Six is a bad match. Where will it drop? It cannot drop here. That's a bad situation for 5. If it drops here, that is also not a very comfortable position for that genius. So if that is the low, then this becomes the high. Then I think the game is 2-1-7. That's what I think, but I am, this is where I go very nervous because, you see, it's a 1500 meter, it's a weekday, and I don't know if that 6-year-old is in a position to deliver this. I don't know. And it has a lot of, I mean, if it plays, I mean, the problem is the 5 probably is not in a position to win. The 5 is out. The 1500 meter 4 comes from gate number 10. That's a bad idea. The 1 is from gate number 1. It's a very high class horse from every angle, but they generally fail from there. If we take that as a high, then this becomes low. If we take that as a low, then this becomes high. I'll be out. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the nerve to go with a 6-year-old gilding. That's the first thing. 6 is a bad match. 1, I don't have confidence. 7, maybe, but very questionable, because I mean, beating everybody else above 7 comes in. This one is definitely not the right match from any angle. 2 is a 6-year-old gelding, which is okay, but it's a 6-year-old gelding. 1 is dicey, very unpredictable what it will do from there. 6 is a bad match. 7 is a hope, because the 3 is there to talk to. That is still higher. Still higher, it's a 58, but that's a very strong jump on 7. Okay, that's a very strong jump on 7. It's a 56. What we have seen here also is like this was a 56, all right, was on 58, came in third with 0. That was a different issue, that it was 0. But here it is not a 0, it is a power. It is a pressure horse. And that's a very strong jump. From 56 to 58, it's a very strong jump. Whether I want to believe that, I need to have a few more races before I start believing that jump. 6 definitely is a bad match. 2, I don't have the nerves to go with. 5 is definitely 5 is possibly not happening. 7 is a hope. 3 is there to talk to 7. If that happens, and this is here, so that this is good. If the linear is not in a position to win, the drift can. But the drift is also the same class as this, which is a 6-year-old gelding, and that is a much lower pressure from a inner gate. So whether that age will kick in and it will not survive, I don't know. And I don't know if the numbers on 3 will actually work to beat the 2. That is also I'm not very clear about, because anyways 2 has a beautiful match which 3 doesn't have. Even after having a lower difficulty, it doesn't have the match that the 2 has. So the 2 stands clean like a red carpet, but it is a 6-year-old gelding. So I am out. Easy by a pubic hair where? 1 Dumben. Brilliant. 6 wins. Once we are able to map this, that where are they coming from? I mean, what we have is where they are going to. But we need to have a way to find out where they are coming from. I'm working on that, but I'm not in a position yet. I am not in a position yet to figure out what will happen. I mean, how. We need to have a side-by-side thing. This is where they are going to, and this is where they're coming from. So we have the going to, but we don't have the coming from. Yes, that's for me. This one, 5.
Once again here.
Yeah, he does. So, look, he'd been frustrating prior to that. He was 1 from 23, now he's 2 from 24. And it reads so much better all of a sudden.
My word, it does.
He had been very, very costly for a lot of punters for a number of runs. And there's actually been a winner out of the race. And if you watch that race in isolation, it's a good performance. So if you trust it, and I do, he's in the game and maybe he can make it 3 from 25.
And he's a horse that I don't know particularly well, but geez, he's a lovely.
He can make it 3 from 25.
And he's a horse that I don't know particularly well, but geez, he's a lovely, relaxed gentleman here. He could just about walk himself around. He's got great manners, lovely physique. He's quite a big, strong horse, and looks like his fitness has been kept up to the mark really well.
Bogues is resuming here this afternoon, Hutch, for Liam Howley and Luke Curry. He'd be thirsty. It's just about a year since he took out the Morong Cup last time in Indigo.
Good form for that. Have you been writing these down?
Oh, I don't know about that.
You had a good think about it. No, it's also, I think, fresh up. Place 1 of 5. Better over a fraction further. The hitting range 1500. Wouldn't be shocked for a good run, but it wouldn't be suggesting he can win it.
He's in really good shape, this horse. I don't think he's far away from the mark either. There's not really much fitness benefit to come, so I think the team have got a fair bit of intent with the way that he's turned out.
Loud Charlie. We last saw him in the CS Hayes. That was, of course, won by 60s, who, of course, then ran really well in the Australian Guineas, even though this bloke was beaten 5 lengths. It's pretty good form.
So he went straight out of that mate for that race. They threw him in the deep end. He was far from disgraced. I mean, if you watch that race, it was like, I'm not sure. But then you go back and watch the Sandown win, and that form out of that race has also worked out really well. So this is more of a natural progression for him. And look, I think he can easily bounce back. And Mark Zara, he's come back. He's happy to sit on board. I think that's a good push too.
I think he's a really nice horse, this bloke. He's been turned out really well once again. Looks as good as what he did at Sandown when he won. His attitude's great. He's dappled up. I think that he's thriving throughout the prep.
Bold strike for my racehorse, Kieran Barr and Ben Bellum. 3rd run for the preparation. Gets to 1,500 metres now.
Yeah, good performance, 2nd up behind Skywatcher. Don't have too many excuses. Always good bold strike that day, ran 4th. Maybe he's looking for this ground now. 3rd run, but prep. I think he's short enough for mine, the market.
Yeah, presents really well. I think the horse is particularly healthy. He's just a watch and see with his temperament. He's just starting to get a little bit buzzed up. Probably don't want him to get any more worked up once he gets down behind the start, but his condition couldn't be any better.
Navy Nina, horse number 7 for Ben Will.
His condition couldn't be any better.
Navy Nina, horse number 7 for Ben Will and Jody Hayes and Dan Stackhouse.
It has that Vianara form, and I think if you like that form, you'd be choosing Vianara once again. But Maps to get a nice soft run, should be peaking third up.
She's a really pretty mare, this, with a great action. I think she's been turned out really nicely.
8's out, 9's out, 10, Kajima Gal for the Noble combination.
Yeah, started 200 to 1 at her last 2. She hasn't got the right form, and she looks an easy one to oppose.
Yeah, she's been turned out really well. There's nothing wrong with the way that she's been presented at all, but there's definitely others that I've got ahead of her. She's a little bit hard to recommend on form.
Okay, Hutch.
She's a little bit hard to recommend on form.
That's the mounting yard here for race number 5 on the Heath track. We're inside 4 minutes until the scheduled start time. What are you doing?
I thought this was a bit trappy, this race, to be honest. Before the scratchings, I was giving Racing Casey a bit of a chance at a maiden grade. So I've ended up with Loud Charlie. I thought that form from Sandown works out well. Vianara can run well. Kaching's capable. Crown Crusher, doing Trust Crown Crusher possibly. You know, and I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 others made their presence felt. So I didn't have a lot of conviction in this race. 5, 3, 1, 2.
Well, we're on the same team here, Hutchie. Loud Charlie on top from the yard too. I thought he presented beautifully here. He's got a really good attitude for a young, inexperienced horse. I think that he's been maintained really nicely between runs. He's quite sloppy and healthy. Looks to be a horse thriving to me. There's not much between him and Bold Strike. I would just put Loud Charlie ahead of him based on his temperament. He seems pretty straightforward. Kitchink's another horse. I said I've got trust issues with him, but he looks awesome.
Bold Strike, $2.90 and $3.60 now for Loud Charlie. So this has been a good little go late. Vianara, $6.50, 7 for Crown Crusher, 8 for Kachink. But the action here in this market is at the top. Beast Mode on the PointsBet app is now live. Caulfield, Belmont and Balaclava, the inflated spicy odds for the remainder of the promotional period. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website. Let's catch up with Lloyd Kennewell, who's got Loud Charlie here representing the stable in race number 5, Amy.
Well, Lloyd, when you see your horse trotting out an absolute treat like that, it gives you a bit of confidence, doesn't it? How is he?
Yeah, he's really good. Obviously, M's are on board and the horse looks free in his action. We're pretty happy to be here today.
What did you make of his most recent run at Flemington?
Just sort of forget he went round. He drew wide. We went to go back and he actually anticipated the start and bombed the start. So it was just a bit of a forget run, obviously in a very hot race. Big drop in grade today and just want to step him back and try and go back through his grade again today. He's a really nice horse on top of the ground. So I'm going to drop in a hard place because I don't want to be around in winter time. So I'm sort of going to try and prolong him a little bit more now and hence just keeping him fresh in between runs.
When he ran and won so well at Sandown recently, he took up a far more prominent position, obviously began better than what he did at Flemington. What was your discussion with Mark pre-race?
It's going to be up to him a bit. He's drawn a little bit sticky, so I'd like to be sort of positive, but at the end of the day, Mark's one of the best in the business, so I've just left it up to him. Like, if there's good speed out there, he's not going to try and drive on, but if he can lob outside the leader, I'd be very comfortable.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good thoughts from Lloyd Kennewell, the trainer of Loud Charlie, one of the leading fancies here in race number 5. Of course, this is the first leg. Number 5. Of course, this is the first leg of the quaddie at the Caulfield Heath. The boys are still both alive in their 5 for 25. So don't want to go the early crow, but D5. So. Don't want to go the early crow, but we're going okay.
Well, we were going all right last week after 1, but it usually hits a hurdle.
You just had to do it. You had to do it. Giving you a wrap up, you had to do it. And you had to do it. Giving you a wrap up, and you had to just stare me down.
Yeah. Cash out, mate. See where the goons are. Quite possibly.
Dear me.
Has there been much change really though in the market? I mean, it seems as though Bold Strike's always sort of been.
Yeah,
nice. I don't know if Vietnam's got that fraction. But
sort of Bold Strike, interesting. You did sort of $2.90 and now getting pushed out a little bit late. $3.30, almost equal favourites with Loud Charlie $4.40 and Bold Strike $3.30. So it has been a little bit of a interesting last 5 minutes or so here.
Good stats that Nick brought with Lloyd Kennywell, aren't they, in particular? I mean, it's great to see Mark Zara back, of course, in particular. I mean, it's great to see Mark Zara back, of course, that unfortunate incident. Was it at the barriers, Tim, where he broke his leg?
It was in a jump out. Yeah, in the barriers for a jump out. He went to bail off one and just got wedged awkwardly in the barriers. Bail off one and just got wedged awkwardly in the barriers. Back on, I think it was the 15th of January jump out 2, Sandown hip side.
Jeez. He'll be looking to become back.
Yeah, do that at the gates. Now they're going to change the shoes on that 4.
I think Ethan Brown might have popped another suspension recently. So I think Ethan Brown might have popped another suspension recently. So a couple of big names are on the sidelines. So there's going to be some really good rides going.
Indeed. So the 4's just been reshot there, as you can see. Bogues, who's resuming this afternoon, had a couple of runs, as you can see. Bogues, who's resuming this afternoon, had a couple of runs last time in. Of course, our Morong Cup winner from back on the 15th of February last year. So it's been the best part of a year, a little bit over since he was in the winners' stall last year. So it's been the best part of a year, a little bit over since he was in the winners' stall. Loud Charlie on top for race caller Matty Hill as well. $4.40 currently. Kachink, it was an interesting runner for Matty Williams and Dean Yendall, barrier 1. Been in placings at his last 2. Probably about time he came out and put another race away. He spent a little bit out of the
Brilliant
as well. You can see the Farrier continuing to get to work here. Hutch, your numbers 5, 3, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking Loud Charlie gets a chance. Just back, like I said, I did like that race at Sandown, and they third career start, they went to the CSA. It's like, that's a pretty tall order. Vianara, if you didn't know the whole background of the horse, you'd probably think that that last performance and how it rated would give it a good chance to go back to back. It's funny with some of those horses, they finally get another win on the board. He might be the type that could potentially go on with it. But this is, relatively open race as the market has it. I mean, Kachink's not hopeless here at $7. Current Crusher's been supported enough. I've got the favourite Bold Strike, and of course the other one was a horse that had the same form as Vianara and Navy Nina. So, there's quite a few in with a chance, but it looks like Bogues, well, you never stop talking about Bogues, and now we're seeing Bogues get replated.
Yes.
Another chance for a Bogues mention for you.
Well, you're the one that keeps bringing it up.
Okay.
Dear me. Yeah, Terry will be watching. He loves this horse. He's one of his biggest supporters, clearly.
Well, he doesn't mind a Bogues either.
He loves the Bogues.
Yeah, that's his go-to, isn't it?
My word, it is. Yep. It's just about the only thing he'll drink.
Okay.
Apart from Uzo. All right, we're about 2 minutes past start time. The Farrier looks to almost have completed that work. The other runners are all behaving fairly well. We can see Dean Yendall there. We touched on his weekend coming up here, Hutch Asakura in the NZB Kiwi.
Yeah, what a great race that could prove to be some big names stepping out in New Zealand. Just on this track, if you've just tuned in, you want to know if there's any packs. No, it's played pretty well. I'm not sure hard fence and straight or inside a couple of lanes are as good as a touch wider, but, well, I'm not sure hard fence and straight or inside a couple of lanes are as good as a touch wider, but we've seen horses on the fence, such as Tall Sheen, lead out and probably just peel off a little bit. When, once again, the wind hasn't been too strong today. Once again, the wind hasn't been too strong today. The track's played well, perfect sort of surface, and as Sam Bennett said earlier in the day, and in none of these conditions he expected the track to remain pretty similar with the moisture around. So it's a real positive as they trot up Bogues. Hopefully the shoes will stick, as it looks like they're going to, Kachik's in the gates. On that note, let's go to Matty Hill.
I'll move up pretty swiftly here with the Victorian Wakeful Club celebrating Linda Beach. It's been such a great contributor to the game. Terrific rider over the years. Nakajima Girl going forwards. It's Navy Nina. Next one in. Mayana and Selena back away at the last moment, being encouraged forward. And Loud Charlie is also going to be the final one. Race over the 1,500 metres. They're in. For Bogues, who's just undergone that barrier work away from the barriers at the moment. Just being walked up now. So the first leg of the quarter there thrown into the previous third against second dismissed. Elliott taking out the first team of the sports bet up and comers. Charlie on its toes in the gates here. Boats goes forward and they're set. Ready for the fifth. Signal that away. Gajima Girl missed the kick by a couple of lengths and Bogues towards the outside. Second last early. Navy Nina has ridden for speed with Vianara and Loud Charlie from that whitish store. Crown Crushers there on the inside and Bold Strike on the improved. Well back then Bogues Kachink. And last of all, Gajima Girl. Top of the hill of the 1200. Loud Charlie eventually speared off into the lead by about a length and a quarter. Now Vianara staying away from the rails and as a result kept the favourite Bold Strike deeper. Bold Strike has to pee back now and get a trail. Navy Nina is fourth outside of Crown Crusher. 2 lengths Kachink, Bogues, last Gajima Girl. To the side of the course now, 850 metres to go. Loud Charlie looking for a breather. Vianara perched outside of it. 2 lengths Bold Strike, third outside of Crown Crusher. A length and a quarter Navy Nina, Kachink, Bogues, 2 lengths Gajima Girl. As they approach the 600 metres, it's Loud Charlie by a half length of Vianara. Niggled at now and is about 3/4 of a length away off Loud Charlie, who's travelling better. Crown Crusher third the inside. Looks to have something left, but in limited room. And then Bold Strike, Kachink, Navy Nina, Bogues have dropped off Gajima Girl. So it's Loud Charlie around the corner. 250 metres to go. Led by about a length and a half. Vianara's chasing. Crown Crusher up on the inside, then Kachink. It's Loud Charlie at the 150. Crown Crusher trying to wear it back with Vianara. But Loud Charlie is resisting. Leads by a half, refuses to give in. And Loud Charlie went it from Vianara. Thirds of
5.
one Crown Crusher and Navy Nina, then Kachink, Bold Strike, Bogues, and last
5, 3 and 2, I think.
Good strong win by Loud Charlie, who worked across and virtually controlled the race. Loud Charlie, well, they had their chance to get it. Crown Crusher up on the inside and Vianara, they had their chance, but Loud Charlie has staved them off. Mark Zara back in the saddle for Lloyd Kennewell, scoring by about a half on the line from Vianara, who kept peppering away. Craig Williams for Trent Bussetson and Natalie Young. And Crown Crusher over on the far side for Stephen Brown. Kachink was finishing off okay. So it's going to be 5, 3, 7 Navy Nina third, Crown Crusher fourth, and then it is Kachink. So 5, 3, 7 and 2, 5, 3, 7 and 2, 1:30.68 the time for the...
Now that happened. 5. So where it went wrong, Baba? Where it went wrong? Six was not the match. 5 was a drop. It's 58.5, 56. 5. 3. 7 and 2. Where it went wrong, Baba? 73, 56, 93. That should not happen. But it happened. Five. Five. 3. 59. 0. 12. Field is that happened. So why that happened is something that I don't know. But here is the thing: the six was a bad match. That was there. Why I stepped out? Because I did not have a clarity. That was a linear which won, but it should not win. How did it win is something that we need to work on. The 7 came in third, which ideally should be. What happened? The 3 got in. The 2, where everything was clean, was a 6-year-old gilding, which on a midweek is very difficult to believe that it will happen. The 3 was a 59, 56. How did that get in? Is something that I don't know. We'll work on that. But it was better to stay out of it. Anyways. We'll go to the 6. Three has been scratched. 8, 2, 6, 7. Eight, 2, 6, and 7. So 8 is the favorite. 8 is going to run neutral. This time it is not as this one, okay? Here, this was on the third line. The first two were in trouble. That neutral won. Here, it is not that. Here it is before this. So this is basically a challenger. The thing is good. That is always like that. But it is going to run neutral. For me, that's a no-go. I'll not go there. I have this. The question is, where will it go? 59. Instead of 59 from this. This is a huge jump. That one is a check. I don't know what that will do. We need more races to figure that thing out. And that's the highest. 8 is a neutral. So that probably is not the thing. This is the highest class on the fourth line, which is also not a great match, but these two horses are there, okay? These two horses are there. How they're there, we'll get to see. The 5 and the 1. If we take the 2, which is a high, this is a low, which is 48 by 60, it drops here but gains here and drops here. So that's another thing. So 2 probably. There's a 58 by 58, 59 by 58. Then we have this one, which is a 58.5 or 57, which is a challenger, which is good. What to talk to that 6-year-old gelding? We have this these two geniuses sitting here to talk to that 6-year-old gelding. If 7 cannot win, and it is here. $60 drops 28, 36, 39, this is a linear, 66, 1.5, this is good, 2, 25, brings to 60, 58.5, 60 jumps. 60 stays 60, 70, 67. And these two are there. 3. 5, 9. How will I talk to that? I don't know, 2 probably. 2 probably. That's the same. This drops here. 7 is that, but a bad jockey calibration on this. This is still higher, 35.67. Then it'll drop where? On 5. Is a 7-year-old building. That probably is not happening. This is confusing what they will do. And that is there, but the form line is not there, so we'll monitor that. 2 probably has a better chance. So what is happening is the 8 is going to run neutral, and it is not the same thing as the previous one. It is still going to run neutral. It's not that it has the same opportunity as this one, where it was among the top 3 class horses, and the top 2 were in trouble. It's not that. So here it is challenger, running neutral, difficult. 2 is not the greatest match. It is not the greatest match, but it is still the class. Okay. The other 2 class horses which are there is this one, which doesn't have form, and the other one is a 7-year-old gelding. So that's probably not the thing. The 7 is good. It's a jump. So, but that generally does not work together. So there is going to be a low pressure from somewhere which will work, and where the low pressure is concentrating is on 5, which is from gate number 2. That's where it is concentrating. Or 4, which is lower, 0. So if it is 2, 5, or then if the 4 gets in, that's a possibility. But this one doesn't have the form line. This one has the form line. So, but they are like that. So I don't know. The places could vary. They have similar pressure lines here, there, everything. 7 and 2 might get into a queen. 8 is going to run neutral. I am not going to risk it on 8. I like the 2 because the other 2 class horses, they're not doing great. This one is a 7. This is a 4-year-old gelding. This is on the 4th line, drops here. But they're kind of, there's a jump on this horse. There's a very strong jump on the 58 to 60. This one is a 58, it stays 58, and it is neutral. Where are the other jumps? 57, here is a jump. So all those are similar pressure lines. Now, you know, some of them, one of them is going to get in, but the problem is all of them are 6-year-old geldings. So don't know. 2 doesn't have the right arrangement. I mean, the 2 doesn't have the right match. Okay, 2 doesn't have the right match. If you look at the match, then 1 has a better match, then this one has a better match, then obviously this 7-year-old has a better match. The 2 doesn't have the right match, but some way or the other it is going to play. And this one, I mean, my assumption is this is a 1200 meter, everybody is going to be on pace. So the 6-year-old gelding, no form, even if it is a class, it doesn't makes sense. The other, which is a class, is an EW, which is there, which is a 7-year-old gelding. If it drops there, then it drops there. But with a 7-year-old gelding, that's too much to ask. Then they are almost the same pressure line. Some of them has some kind of form line, but they do not have the right management. So all those things are very confusing. 2 is a good hand. It's the best hand. And the balance is good. It's on the 4th line. But rest everybody else, they are questionable from one angle or the other. So 2 is not the favorite. 2 EW is good. Then win Warwick Farm.
So he's had a fairly lengthy gap between runs. He's talented, a bit more races for him. His jump out's pretty good without being anything overly impressive. But the market's sort of letting him drift out a little bit now, so I think that is interesting. I think it's noteworthy if you drift out a little bit now, so I think that is interesting. I think it's noteworthy if you do like the favourite. He's a nice horse that set and could easily go very well.
I think he looks fantastic. I was with him when he played up, when he was supposed to resume for this preparation. I just think he's going along so nicely. Because he's been ready to race for a good while, he's very forward in condition here first up.
8 is Eternal. She's your best bet on the, one of your better bets on the program here, Hutch.
Yeah.
She's into odds on, so being supported as such, but you like the way that she looks to have returned.
Perhaps she's first up, she's gone win, second win. Loved to jump out, looks well prepared. It's not a strong restricted 66 this. She's definitely managed some ups and figures and up here not to win this race.
She's a really big, strong mare, this. She's really chunky and robust, and she's got a beautiful attitude too. I would say that I think that she'd probably benefit slightly from this run, just because she is so strong and physically big in general, but I feel like she has done enough work here to be giving them a shake.
Interesting. 9 is Bold Responsive for Julius Sandu and Bailey Kinnon here, Hutch.
Yeah, I thought also can sort of mix things up a little bit, but yeah, the claim helps. Probably an easier class might help as well. A little while since a wheel last one came in a benchmark 64-1200 at the Valley, so they'll be hoping to go forward and probably find a nice spot, not get pressured too much. That will give him his best chance.
We heard from Julius earlier on this evening that if the Real Bold Response turns up and has a crack, he'd really give them a shake. You're just not quite sure which one's going to do that. I thought he was presented really nicely again, but he is a hard horse to catch.
Indeed. Okay, Hutch, so we've got a little bit of confidence here in race number 6. Now, Kyle has come out late as well, Hutch, so that would be, I'm assuming, why you're left with 3 selections there. So hopefully he's all okay with him, because if you remember a couple of weeks ago, he played up the barriers and was sort of controversially didn't really take a part in the race.
Well, he was declared a runner.
He was, but there was a bit of conjecture.
Because he really like when the start was affected.
Yes,
standing there. So that's what can happen. I just wasn't sure. It seemed like his head went the next door. Jockey was dislodged.
But something obviously has happened again. So hopefully all's okay. Feel for connections with him, don't you? But
head went the next door. Jockey was dislodged.
But something obviously has happened again. So hopefully all's okay. Feel for connections with him, don't you? But you're left with Eternal as one of your better players on the program.
I like Eternal. King Tut, I'm not sure. Well, the market's saying that maybe not today, but there's no doubt the horse is ridden after the Tame. Hopefully, for the 525, can run in the top 3. And if we're throwing another one, it'd be Harry.
King Tut from the yard for me. I thought he presented just beautifully here. He's been ready to rock and roll for a good while. Now he needs to be a good boy in the barriers, which we've got no control over, but I thought he looked an absolute picture in the yard. Of the rest, Attain, you can make a good case for. Hutchie, your tip Eternal, nothing wrong with the way that she looked. I just feel like she will strip even fitter after today. Insane Harry's another fit horse. Pretty even sort of yard here.
Indeed. $2.10 now for Eternal, $3.60 for Insane Harry, Attain $6 and King Tut $8.50, Bold Response $15.60 for Insane Harry, Attain $6 and King Tut $8.50, Bold Response $15. But it's all about Eternal here, and Insane Harry to some extent too. The first two in market order have been heavily supported. There has not been a lot of movement outside of those two. Let's catch up with Gavin Bedgegood to discuss his runner here, horse number 6, Attain. Over to you, Amy.
And thanks for your time, Benji. Attain, he seems to be a nice, consistent horse. He's been racing in good heart lately.
Yeah, he's been racing well, but he's been a little bit frustrating. He ran
A nice, consistent horse. He's been racing in good heart lately.
Yeah, he's been racing well, rating. He ran up 1400 at Sandown, and then I thought that was the run of a horse looking for further, and I think I've tried him 4 times at 1400, and he's run well but hasn't been able to win. And I just thought off his run the other night, if I stay at that distance range, well, he's not progressive. He's going to win at 62, and then it's probably going to be pretty hard moving forward. But you go back through his form, and all his best runs have been at 1200, so we sent him to the beach for 10 days and just really freshen him up and give him a month between runs, and hopefully we can get a result today.
With that in mind, Gav, how do you intend on riding him today now that he is dropping back?
No, quite. I've just told Craig to find the...
On riding him today now that he is dropping back?
No, quite. I've just told Craig to find the favourites back and follow it. It's going to take you everywhere we need to go, and just be patient and present him late.
You've also got Nimbus 10,000 in later. How's that horse come here today? Off a good...
Just be patient and present him late.
You've also got Nimbus 10,000 in later. How's that horse come here today? Off a good...
Yeah, he's in great order. I think he's come on from that win. I think he's probably a horse that's assisted by soft ground. But if he takes his win from the other day and his work Saturday morning, he'll be hard to beat today.
Hopefully you close off the night well. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Next to Gavin Bedgegood for his thoughts on Attain here.
Close off the night well. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Next to Gavin Bedgegood for his thoughts on Attain here in race number 6 and his remaining runners for the rest of the evening here at the Caulfield Heath. Let's head to Matty Hill. He's also with Eternal. Give it strength, Matty. This goes in. D. Timmy, very good with Eternal. Give it strength, Matty. This goes in. D. Timmy, very good. Fresh record to Eternal. And 195 out to 230 and money for Insane Harry. Stolen Art here before a red distinguishing cap. Same colours as Insane Harry. All eyes on King Tut in the barrier stalls over there at the 1200. Now Stolen Art goes in. King Tut joining them. Just about ready for race number 6. Race number 6. This is the Victorian Wakeful Club 2026 Lady of Racing Award Handicap. Locked away. Stand by. Eternal the favourite. Red colours. Gates crash and away. King Tut away with them. Eternal beat them out from Turn Up the Night on the inside, and also Stolen Art is pushing up as they complete the first 100 metres and head towards the Heath track proper. So it's Bold Response out past the middle, leading from Stolen Art. Turn Up the Night, Eternal, and then came Insane Harry. Well back along the inside, third last Attain, then King Tut and 4 lengths away to Sat. As they reach the 800, Bold Response the leader, slackened a little by 3/4 of a length. Stolen Art, and Insane Harry moved up 3 wide. Then Turn Up the Night, fourth the inner. Eternal in between horses would spot the speed about 3.5 from King Tut around it. A length and a half Attain second last, and 2 lengths to do Synth. Up around the corner of the 400 metres, Bold Response by a length to Stolen Art. Turn Up the Night flat to the boards. Then Insane Harry, King Tut to the outside. Eternal still between horses now, needing a run urgently. Bold Response at the 200 from Insane Harry. King Tut's joining in on the outside. Eternal's getting out. Is it going to be too late though? King Tut, 50 metres to go, goes to the lead. Attain's going to be a late closer, but King Tut won it. King Tut
7-2.
Insane Harry, Attain and Eternal. Then Bold Response, Stolen Art, Dusant, and the last one to finish was Turn Up the Night.
7-2-3.
King Tut number
7-2-6 and 8.
D for Kieran Barr.
good resumption. Gelding by American Pharaoh. Harriet Stalls have been a little issue for this gelding, but has come back now and a little issue.
7 actually beat the 2 because that was not a good match. The match was good here. That was not a form line. 7-2 and 6. That actually got into a queen. 7 and 2. That actually got into a queen. Then it is here 6. This one actually did not work because of their management. That just did not work. This one did not work because of the form line. This one happened. And the 8 did not have a chance. So neutrals will work only when there is a class. Okay. And that is also not a clear go. The 8 here also, if you look at these two horses, okay, these two horses, here it was a red carpet for 3 on race 2. If you look at the top 3 classes, that's how the top 3 classes, the 1, 2 and 3. The 1, the jockey never raced here. The 2 was an 8-year-old gelding. 3 was the 3rd on class, was a neutral and went through. Here, this was not the same thing. It was a challenger and it was neutral. So that was not the thing. Here it went these two horses. 2 definitely was a bad match, but for an EW that was good. The 7 I had confusions because that is like that, but it is a better match. We'll go to next 7. Huge scratching, 4, 6, 10, 11, 14, 16. 4, 6, 10, 11, 14, 16, 4, 6, 10, 16, all scratched. 7, 13, 5 and 3. Seven, 13, 5 and 3. Yeah, they look always like that. Okay, so they always look like that, but I'll not get into it. All of them are neutrals. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 neutral horses in there, and it looks like the linear which is up here. The jockey has never raced here. Again, that's a difficult proposition. Plus, it's a 7-year-old gelding. So that's that. How it will end up is very difficult to assume where it will work and where it will not work. If it is a choice between 7 and 3, I would prefer this because that's still higher class. But there's no clarity whether it will work because it is still running neutral. 7 definitely is dicey because it is running neutral and it is on the 4th line of class. So 7 is dicey. Then it drops here on 12, that 3-year-old filly, which is a challenger, which is also going to run neutral. So more or less everybody is going to run neutral. There are 5 horses which are running neutral. I'm out. I don't know which one is going to work. The 7 looks like it is a giant. The 7 looks like it is a giant. Why? Because look at those numbers, all right? That's probably the highest, and that's the best match on 7. So the odds are not wrong. That's the best match, but it is going to run neutral. So I don't know whether it will work. I'll be out. So this was the 8 did not have a chance in this one. Okay, this was not the highest class. As a neutral, it did not have a chance. These two actually went through, the 2 and the 7, which could have been a neutral, could have been a queen, and they actually became a queen. The 3 was a 7-year-old gelding, did not work. 7, 5 is here. Sorry, 2, 7. I don't know what happened. The numbers I forgot, but 2 and 7 definitely got through. 8 was the 4th. 8 was the 4th. Neutrals are problems. We have no clue. PC Doomband 2. I'm so sad, BC, that I can't even look at those races. This entire thing has gone off. Five. AC 5. Five. 3217. Jesus Christ. They always look like, I mean, whenever, I don't know how that actually works. I mean, this doesn't, it looks unreal for some reason. That's the best match on 7, okay? That's the best match. Even here, if you look at, that's the best match on 8, race 6. but it failed. And it fails because if it doesn't have the class, it fails. What is that we are missing here is something that I have no clue. God knows, BC, I'm out. Pass. This one. I like the I like the 3, but I'm not going to take a chance. Not going to take a chance. Those are all neutrals. Neutrals, God knows what they do and how they work.
A winner packet of Maryland's Edge is horse 13 for Sean Mathrick and Zach Spain.
And needs to improve, fresh up. I think of what we saw at the end of last campaign. Yet another pace influence in the race, and the market's saying here to play. And when Shawnee Mathrick has one that's been supported, we've got to take special notice.
Yeah.
You do. You have to pay attention, don't you? So, horse has been presented really nicely. I think that she's a good, strong type. She always has been. She can be a little bit funny on race day in regards to her temperament, but I thought it was a better than average grade by her.
Lindsay Smith and Jamie Mott combining with 15. It's a yes. Is it a yes?
Look, I did like the run last time out. Mixed form prior. There was a bit of market support around that. Mixed form prior. There was a bit of market support around that back out again. So interesting with it's a yes, but the barrier wouldn't necessarily make it all that easy to find the right spot.
Horse looks a treat, but I just how well he's going. I think that he's looked good a number of years and he's just failing to get the job done. So presented well, but not for me today.
All right, Hutch, what are we doing here in an ultimate little race?
Good support for Command Success. It's been really well backed. There's been good support for Command Success. It's been really well backed. Sort of an each-way price early, but I think the race shape suits, and certainly the pattern's not going to be an issue. Hopefully gets the right run. Lone Star Progressive Point Moon can run a race. It's $16 and I'm through. It's a yes in. It is easy in the market. 5, 7, 12 and 15.
Well, Lone Star was a standout to me in the article.
Even they are also talking about 5. 5, 7.
Couldn't have been in any better physical health. So he was a bit of a standout. Of the rest, I felt they were a pretty even sort of a bunch. There was nothing else really standing out to me too much. I could give a decent push to as well. This a very, very fit mare. She goes. I could give a decent push to as well. This a very, very fit mare. She goes quite hard, which is what you expect. But she's definitely got fitness on her side.
Look at this market. Command Success, $4, $4.60. So to paint a bit of a picture, they were $4.50 each of 2 Command Success and Lone Star probably 5 or 6 minutes ago. One's $4 and the other is $4.60. So the market has decided that Command Success is the one it wants to be with. $5.50 for Maryland's Edge, $8 a squirrel from an inside draw. It's a yes. Has been
So 5 is favourite right now.
It's from $9.50, but Command Success is the one they want to be with. $9 was shopped early pre-deductions, now into $4 with points bet. So that is the market for race number 7. Okay, in terms of the speed map here,
Well, a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure in this race. There's going to be a number that will go for it. One thing I did notice in that previous race, a lot of the riders, once they'd swung into the straight, happy to go into the middle lanes. Wouldn't be surprised if much the same transpires here.
let's get the word on the Tom Dabenig runner here, Esquel, Dara Omar. Just catching up. David.
Thanks for your time as always, Dara. We've got a Squell here. Looking at her in the eye, just big, scopy type of mesh. Doesn't carry too much excess weight, does she?
No, it doesn't look like your typical sprinter. She's lightly framed there. But it doesn't seem to slow her down. She's got lots of natural speed, and with the blinkers back on, although we're coming back to 1,000, it's her first go over this trip. The way she races, you'd expect her to be quite comfortable at the distance.
She's going to go forward and hold that good spot, but I don't think she's going to be alone. There seems to be a lot of pressure on paper. Is it just up to Jordan to rate her to the best of her ability?
Yeah, exactly. Just keep her in a nice rhythm. Just let her flow. As you said, there's plenty of speed, but from barrier one. We won't be kind of giving up that forward position. Hopefully she can kind of cruise along on that speed and give a strong kick.
Would she like as a track worker at home, Dara?
She's good on this mare. Yeah, she's pretty straightforward. Jordan rides her every morning almost, so knows her very well. In reference to kind of being a little bit light in terms of her physical makeup, but that's kind of just her. She actually has a good appetite, but just a horse who doesn't carry much in it.
Good stuff here.
Thank you.
Thanks to Dara Omar for his thoughts. Read the Tom Davide runners. These runners won't be too far off being locked and loaded here for race number 7. It's a benchmark 62 of the 1,000 metres here. Command Success on top for Clint Hutchison. Basically bang on a minute till start time. Let's head to Matty Hill and see if we can get the great man's thoughts ahead of race number 7. Matty, how'd you see it?
Timmy, like Hutch has mentioned, there's plenty of pace in it. It's actually one of the more interesting races of the day. There's 1,000 chances in it, and that's where they've found Command Success, who thumped home last up. The other horse that you must consider is Barnage, number 1, who is very good first up and does like to come off hot tempos. Obviously, Non-Star, Point Moon given strong chances as well. But Point Moon come across from that barrier number 9 spot. If it's a yes, others are going to push forward too. So we've got a good racing prospect. Maryland's Edge goes in. So all that said, I selected Non-Star, but was happy to entertain a few at odds. Even Yeah Right, trained by the Tolson Proctor stable, who first should be respected on resumption. Now, 2 or 3 of these have gone in rideless, including to the outside. Lonstar 440, 510 Command Success, 650 Maryland's Edge, $8 Esquel, and 830 It's a Yes. So It's a Yes is going to be the final one with Croatian Art. Sportsman 4 places handicap over the 1,000 metres. So Croatian Art going in, and It's a Yes is the last one. Nice sunny conditions prevailing. The twilight zone here at the Caulfield Heath.
The last one's gone in.
So It's a Yes is in. Set to go. Set to go. Ready. Gates are back and away. Yeah, right, Mr. King fractionally. Command Success began really well. Passed early by Croatian Art and Maryland's Edge on the outside, as well as driving through on the outside, as well as driving through up with the leaders. Lonstar got to 4th in Command Success, Barnage. Then, Yeah Right, Helena Montero as well back in the field with Point Moon, and It's a Yes as last. So Esquel burned them off as they reach the 600 marker by a length and 3/4. Maryland's Edge, Croatian Art, 2 lengths, Yeah Right. They were followed further back in the field by Lonstar on the inside, Command Success deeper, Barnage just trying to get into the picture, then Point Moon, Elena Montero, and It's a Yes as they run the corner. Esquel at the 300 metres, about 3 horses off the inside fence from Maryland's Edge, Croatian Art. Lonstar the inside, then Barnage, Yeah Right, and Command Success the outside. Maryland's Edge struck the front with 100 metres to go. Command Success is now getting into its work. Maryland's Edge gobbled up by Command Success. Levels up, goes on by a flat.
5:13.
It's a Yes, third from
PC, boom! 5:13, 15 and 2.
Well knocked up. Command Success, Holly Durden. 6.
PC, boom! 5. 13. 5 and 13. So none of the neutrals actually came in top 4, I think. What are the numbers? I think PC, do you see that? I think none of the neutrals actually made it to top 4. None of the neutrals. That was beautiful, PC. That was beautiful. I just did not have the thing to get into it, you know. I just did not have the thing to get into it. It was a way too much. I mean, come on. 5 neutral horses. 5 neutral horses you give us. And look at the irony of the fact that none of them got into the top 4. I think so. Let me just reconfirm the numbers. Hold on. That was 7. Five, 13, 15, and 2. 5, 13, 15, and 2. None of those horses, all right, none of these monkeys, none of these guys have got into it. None of them. 5 horses filtered like nobody's business, and look at their match. This is this is bad. This is bad. We'll go to the next 8. Eight. Two, 7, 10 has been scratched. We'll scratch 2, 7, 10. 3, 9, 5, 8. Yeah, so what is happening is this, that uh, let's unpack this. So this is going to be 1100 meters. This one, how this one played, okay? So the 5 actually won, which was a low pressure. And all the neutrals got knocked out, and this is what it played. All right, 5, 13, 15 and 2, or 2 and 15. So that's how it played here. All the low pressure won, high pressure, these were all neutrals, just did not get there. That did not happen. But here, so honestly, this thing can go wrong. And this thing can go wrong in a lot of levels. So the 3 is again a low pressure. Okay, the 3 is again a low pressure, but this is not the same recipe. This one was a benchmark 62 with 5 neutral horses. The 7. The race number 7. That is a different recipe, and this one is a different recipe. I think it is going to be a power play. This is not going to be a low pressure game. This is not a low pressure game. I don't think so. But from where? So the highest class is number 1, which is coming from gate number 11. Beautiful match, but the form line is questionable. 8. It's a difficult match. It's like the 2 here, which I went with an EW. All right, this is like this. So, and that became a queen. but here this is again on those lines. So 8 probably is there. 5 is a 7-year-old gelding, 138, 142. Then why 4 is not there? The 4 is in a killer position, all right, but the form line is not there. Now the match is 11. On the low pressure side, the match is 11, but their management is kind of difficult to believe what they will do. They kind of are like that. So probably what it is suggesting is this, that it's a benchmark 74. The one which is the highest class doesn't have a form line. Okay, 8 is a bad match. 8 is a bad match. It's there in some way, but it's a bad match. But that's a very strong jump as well. Okay, 57, 59.5. Then we have this one which is there, but I don't know what to believe actually, because this is a better match, but the form line is missing. And can we believe that is something that I need a little more races to figure out whether we can believe that. 3 will win if 1 doesn't win, 4 doesn't win, so if those 2 doesn't win, then that 5-year-old mare can claim something which is also questionable. And I don't have the confidence on 11 because they're like 60% bleeding. So I don't know what they will end up doing, but that is also a jump. And this is from 55, 12, 6. This is also a very strong jump. So they are all pressure model, okay? They are all pressure model, but this one is neutral. So 12 is out of question. Then we have here, well, that becomes 44. 9, 57. Let's do a 57 from 58, 59. God knows, 8 is a bad match. And 3 is a low pressure. Three is a low pressure with a very strong form line that is there. But there are other horses with better match, and I have a strong feeling this thing can go upside down, because this one, I understand that it went on low pressure because it was with 5 neutral horses, the race 7, and they could not hold up. That generally doesn't work. But here it is not the same thing. It is a benchmark 74. 3 is a low pressure. Will that work? I mean, why the 4 cannot nail the 3 is just because of the form line, okay? Just because of the form line. But it can actually, technically it can nail it. But the 4 doesn't have the form line. One which is up here is going to come from gate number 11. God knows what that will do. But with that, it is a very strong match. It's a very strong match on 1 as well. So 3 probably has a jock. And a low pressure. But things are not in favor of 3. Things can go wrong. I'll still not get into it. Things can go wrong this one. $14 Doomben. Okay, they're showing.
Quite easily based on what I'm seeing.
2K Pete's also been racing really well for Alyssa Page. Emily Borsman retains the ride after the last start performance at Cranbourne, where they ran 3rd together.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very consistent. He's hard to knock. It's just like he needs probably something a little easier. Like he won that restricted six. Like he needs probably something a little easier. Like he was 66, then he went up to benchmark 78. I think he ran his usual race. He just once again found a couple too good, which he might have been here.
He's a lovely horse. He's a real gentleman. I think that he looks very similar to how I've seen him 2 starts back when he won at Sandown. His condition really hasn't altered at all.
The 7 is out. Let's move along to the 8, Jenny Dots, who's a talented mare on her day. She's second up here. Hutch gets up to 1,000.
Yeah, she's ready to win again. It was a really good run. She just didn't pan out for her in terms of where she landed the run the other day, but she can be a lot handier. She'll strip. She's got a very good record, so I'm saying she's right in the game.
She's such a professional mare. She looks good again here. I think she's come to hand really quite quickly this spread. She usually doesn't take too much work. She has got a good second up record, and she's presented here to run very well.
Maduri is horse number 9 for Ben Moody and Catherine Coleman. We last saw this girl in the Gothic Stakes back in October last year.
8th career start for him, and he's certainly shown a bit. I thought the jump out was just an even bit of work. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some improvement to come. That said, he did win fresh up in his main last campaign.
He's got himself quite warm here, so he's paraded really quite fresh, which probably more so than what I was expecting. In regards to condition, I think he's quite forward, but temperament-wise, he's definitely going to take a lot out of today.
Celerity was a scratching. Madame Maserati for Lloyd Kennewell and Logan Bates has had 3 runs in. They've all been over 1,000 metres.
Yeah, got a good turn of foot. She has hasn't quite delivered what she promised early. You mentioned the Lloyd Kennewell stats. They're going really well. Lightweight, she'll be running on, but just needed to see her going a little bit better this prep, which she isn't seemingly doing at this point.
Yeah, another horse that's been turned out really nicely here. I think that she should be running up to her mark. I'm finding her a little bit hard to catch, but her presentation is excellent.
Southern Crescent's not hard to catch. She's won her last 3. Could she possibly make it 4 in a row? Hard to not. Building a really good record. The market's liked it. Not so much last time at $18, but the way she won there, I am saying she's a genuine each-way chance again.
Yeah, look, she's absolutely flying, isn't she? In a mare in form, you can never knock them. She's got a lovely attitude. She's perfectly relaxed. A horse I don't know well, but given how well she's going, there's no reason why she wouldn't be performing up to her best again here.
That's the mounting yard, Hutch, for the lucky last here at Caulfield Heath on a Wednesday evening. Jenny Dots goes on top.
Yeah, she's racing very well. Strips fitter, I think, for that last run. I reckon she could get it done here and getting an each-way price as well. Southern Crescent, no goal. I'm not surprised there's support coming for along the river. I think that spot on the course is pretty much where you wouldn't mind being, and Access is another one that's actually going really well.
Yeah, a bit of a ruffle to close out the day here. I've gone along the river. I just thought he was presented really nicely. He's been knocking on the door for a victory for a good while now, but he's been presented in outstanding order once again. So happy to have him as my pick of the yard. As for the rest, very even bunch. You could pretty much throw a blanket over the lot of them, but a couple that looked good were Jenny Dots and Nimbus 2000.
A final look at this market with points bet for race number 8. Excess $3.70 now, $4.84 along the river. The two have obviously been really well backed, even with deductions coming out of this market. Nimbus 2000, $5.50. Midori, he is a $7.50 chance. Pano's Pride's been 41 into 9 with those deductions. Southern Crescent is a $9.50 chance. Interesting way to finish the day here with a wide open lucky last. Let's see if we can get a good push for Midori. He is returning this evening. He's trained by Pet Moody and Catherine Coleman as we say goodbye to Nick Ashford.
Thank you, boys, and thank you, Kat Baduri. It's a bit up and about fresh today, isn't he? How's he been working coming into here?
Yeah, he's trialled and worked nicely leading into today. Like you said, he's probably a little bit fresh and above himself just in the parade ring here. So I'm sure whatever he does today will bring him on greatly.
He's a horse with a lovely record and has always been quite progressive. What development have you seen from him from last prep into this prep?
Yeah, physically just matured more than anything, really. And sort of we've seen that transpire in his work at home as well. So hoping he can bring it to the races.
How would you like things to work out in running here for him?
Seems good speed engaged, so we'll just ride him how he begins, probably in the second half, and let him finish off.
Fingers crossed it all goes well. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Here we go. Great to hear from Catherine Coleman there regarding the chances of Baduri here. Not sure succinct thoughts on how this race might pan out, Arch. If anybody's just tuned in, wagering, what are you doing here in the lucky last?
Well, I was obviously pretty keen on Jenny Dots, which I've already locked into.
$12 looks a good price.
Yeah, I nearly chime in again, but the horse that I think all of a sudden comes more so into calculations with where it might end up is along the river. I think that'd be a pretty decent chance. There's been reasonable support around for that calibre as well.
Indeed. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call of the lucky last at Caulfield Heath. It's been a good evening's racing, Matty, and you're with Excess here in the last. Yes, it certainly has been, Tim, with Millian taking up the $100,000 first heat of the up-and-comers, sponsored by Sportsbet. There'll be plenty of interest in that series. There's further heats to be conducted here at Caulfield and also at Sandown in the midweeks. The final will be staged in the middle part of April, so looking forward to that. It's obviously a good series as far as prize money is concerned for owners as well. We're remembering Miss Finland here in this 8th event, the 2006,000 Guineas winner. She was a star some 20 years ago. We remember Miss Finland and Excess. So Julius Sandu looking for a double. He had Mr. Independent successful earlier on in what was quite a bizarre win after looking in trouble on the corner but still winning. But Excess is beautifully bred and usually pushes forward and trying to make her own lap. It's going to be hard to beat, particularly after chasing She's an Artist last start. She's an Artist is going to start close to the favourite in a better race at Flemington on Saturday, particularly with a couple of the main chances scratched out of this Shadow Bar and also down at the bottom of the page, Celerity.
So the last few getting set here as they move up well for the Remembering Miss Finland. Madame Maserati joins the line. Southern Crescent, who's been in good form at the moment with 3 on the bounce, riderless. Baduri and Nimbus 2000. So 3 to get set over at the 1100 metres for this final race of the day. Baduri trotting up now, $7.20 on the toe, $7 VOP goes up in the Yulong Silks. Baduri. The Yulong Silks will be worn by Angel Capital in the Newmarket on Saturday. Southern Crescent goes in. So they're just about right for our final race at Caulfield Heath, wrapping up for what's been quite an entertaining day. Starter has them towards the outside. Ready, given racing. Excess jumps, probably the best with Panos Pride. 2K Pete over towards the inside also began well. Along the river isn't too far off those horses. Then Nimbus 2000, followed by Jenny Any Dots, Baduri, Southern Crescent, Madame Maserati last. 800 to go off the rails. Excess led from Panos Pride about a length away. So Excess not rushing, but still led. Along the river is third, 2K Pete fourth, the inner. Then Nimbus 2000, a length and a quarter, Jenny Any Dots, who's just a shade beyond centre field from Baduri, Southern Crescent, and Madame Maserati last approaching the turn. So Panos Pride kicked up underneath of Excess. 400 metres to go, wouldn't let the favourite cross. Along the river's third wider, followed by 2K Pete, Jenny Any Dots, and then Nimbus 2000, Baduri, Madame Maserati and Southern Crescent. Panos Pride rejoined by Excess. Along the river's joining in on the outside. Jenny Any Dots is coming through towards the inside. Then Nimbus 2000 at the 50 along the river. Southern Crescent and Nimbus 2000 coming at it. They hit the line. Nimbus 2000. Nimbus 2000 beats Southern Crescent along the river. Photo for fourth, Excess and 2K Peak, then Panos Pride in it for a fair way. Next Baduri, Jenny Any Dots, Peter
1, 12, 5 and 3.
The back. Nimbus 2000, Billy Egan.
So 1 from gate number 11, because that was the highest class, and here we have that. 12, 5, and 3. So 3 was not the right match, okay? That was a low pressure, and I had a feeling that this is going to go exactly opposite of this, because they were not the same recipe. This race number 7 and the race number 8, they were not the same recipe. But that's where it ended up. The 12 was a neutral, which came in second. The match was good. Here it was good. Better. They were like that. Here. So that did not work. Low pressure. The 56, 57. That did not work. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races today here at Caulfield Heath. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream or will be watching it as a replay. Thank you so much. It means a lot. And PC, my friend, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend, and thank you so much for bringing in your friends. It means a lot, Gate. Thank you for all the support. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, I know you've gone off to sleep, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lightning, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday.